Hello everyone, welcome to my stream today. Just give me a second here, still just getting myself all set up. I had a long week with very little sleep, it feels like. I missed my connection coming back from Poland yesterday, so I came in a bit later. But I am looking forward to stream today because after the stream, my schedule has me doing a whole bunch of stuff for the next 3 weeks. So I actually won't have a Friday stream again for, I'd like to say about, I think 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Yeah. So, yeah, we're gonna see. I felt it was important to stream today for that reason. So get a chance to talk about this stuff that's happened this past week with NextConf. And since I didn't have much time to do pretty much any preparation, I figured to just continue that conversation we were having a couple weeks ago when I was testing Preact. I was like, can we do this? And it looked like 85% chance we can do this. So I haven't taken that any further, I have to admit. So we're just going to try live and, stumble through this and see if we can get this going. I'm just going to tell everyone we're live. Where are we? And I have to remember to open up Twitch chat because that's how I miss all the lovely subscribers that come along, because StreamYard does not forward that information through. So give me 1 second while I get Twitch chat open too. Besides, we're just killing everyone's pre-rolls. Now that I'm an affiliate, I'm sure anyone watching is dealing with those pre-rolls. All right. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? How would you say hi in chat if you haven't yet? A few of you in there already. We're just getting started. Ooh, sorry. Sometimes it feels like you gotta build it up. I have to admit I am pretty tired today. All right. I'm actually very excited to talk about this week in JavaScript when we actually get to that. But I think this is going to be kind of fun because we're going to I've done this a few times now where I've created libraries using Solid's underlying renderer. And I think that it helps people understand kind of the requirements or what's involved in it. Yeah. Yes, I'm completely green screened into my room, and I didn't spend the time today to make sure that it was all nice looking. You can actually see the flicker on my mic. I just got to upgrade the background a little bit better. See, do you know how this all happened? Actually, I'll tell you the truth. I live in a place where my kind of office area is right next to my kids' rooms, and it's really awkward because certain times of day I can't stream. So what's happening was I was streaming at night, and I couldn't do that, so I'd have to go to a different room. And then I was like, okay, well, how do I have some semblance of consistency when I stream all over different locations? So I literally took a picture of my own office and used the backdrop, and then I was watching Theo stream, and I'm like, I love the way that looks. And I was like, what is he doing? Well, it turns out he has some special expensive camera or something. So what I actually did is I took the backdrop and then applied a slight blur to it with hopes that I would be able to produce something that looked, semi-decent. But when I don't spend the time and to get the lighting just right, as you can see, there's probably some flickering going on. But I'm not going to be in this big screen for that much longer. Yeah. I said a little tired today, but we're gonna do this one because I said it's my last chance for several weeks. Although I will be on other people's streams and I'll be on other conferences and stuff in the coming weeks. It just turns out that Friday is just not going to be a good day that works. All right, yeah, people joining in now. That's awesome. Let's see here. Let's get this set up because honestly, all I've done so far was took down my Vue RX. I have a version of Vue that doesn't use Vue, just uses the reactivity to do a renderer, and I was like, Preact looks kind of like Vue. Maybe we just copy it down and start converting that project and see where we get to, and hopefully some insights that come along the way. So this may or may not work. We'll just kind of go from there. Hello from Poland. Yes, just saw you just the other day. Hello from Washington. Yeah. How's everyone going? Okay. Let's see here. Maybe I should pull up a VS Code window or something. I don't even know what to name this package. Does anyone have good ideas of what to name this package? Let me share my screen here. Basically, I've been calling these libraries like -JSX, but I'm sure there's already like a Preact JSX. Oh, hello from the UK. Oh, okay, we got people from all over. Huh, this is awesome. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's the first thing, right? Naming is always the fun part. I just went like following a convention. I went Preact RX-JSX, which is probably like the longest and most non-descriptive name. But then I realized like if I went Signals or something, it would be too long too. So if anyone has a better name, Preact JSX is available for now. Yeah, I almost feel like on a namespace because like this isn't actually Preact JSX. It's like Preact Reactivity plus JSX. Maybe Preact RX-JSX is fine. Brazil, nice. All right, Portugal. Yes, the fully descriptive name. That is an option. Yeah, it sounds like my naming is not terrible. Preactivity, yeah. Uruguay. Oh man, this is fun. All right. I feel like I almost need the juice for the energy. Maybe I should put a little something in it. I don't know. Algeria, Dominican Republic, Germany. Wow. Romania. Okay. That's that. I love how global of an audience and like community we have these days now because of just, obviously internet, but like streaming videos, YouTube. We're able to engage with people in such a wider range in all places. So another Poland. Yeah. No, this is absolutely awesome. But yeah, I mean, maybe I should give a little overview first of like what we're going to be doing today. Hungary, people from every time zone. Yeah, I know. So you start thinking, you're like, what time is it where you are at? Because like, okay, it's 12 here, which means I guess like in Poland it's like 8 p.m. or something. Yeah, I am in California. California. It's a Pacific coast. So yeah. Yeah, I guess honestly, the only people who really suffer from this current time slot is further east. I don't know if we're going to have anyone from Australia today or Southeast Asia. So, we'll catch up on all of them later. Okay, so high level, I'm just going to pull this up again. I pulled it up in the past. My very first stream was actually about this topic. I guess it was over a year ago. I was like trying to give people an overview of my library DOM expressions. And for people who don't know, Solid, when I built it, I tried to make the core of it framework agnostic. I know that seems kind of crazy, but I was like, I was very non-committal. I was kind of like, I don't really want to decide what the best reactive system is. I don't want to decide what, the best component system is or whatever. Like I was just kind of like, I want to leave my options as open as possible until I figured out the best way to do something. So oh, awesome. The tests are failing. That's weird because the tests pass locally. Anyway, have to look on that. But essentially, I created a generic, as best I could, generic render that worked off reactive systems that are similar to Knockout or MobX or Solid or Vue when they publish theirs. And I even, like, I've got a bunch of them here. Solid, MobX JSX, Vue RX JSX, Knockout JSX, S, which was from SJSX. I even have, believe it or not, I have an RxJS version. Just for like, look, new behavior subject. For your RX people out there, here you go. It was using a library called RX auto run. Probably can find it here. Auto run. RX auto run. Where is it? It's like, maybe I don't have it right. RxJS auto run. So when you don't look at the, yeah. It was this idea that you could take, excuse me, RxJS primitives and get dependency tracking on them. So it kind of inverts the pattern. So like this is still, like an observable from RxJS standpoint, but you can use this $sign to read from it. I'm just showing stuff, but like my idea here was that you could take basically any reactive system and build a renderer that didn't involve a VDOM, didn't involve, a lot of the specific ceremony we see, and just build it purely off reactivity. So that was the goal, okay? And I think it's interesting because it allowed me very early on to figure out what qualities I liked about reactive systems and like how to approach designing it. But it's one of those things where like over time you're kind of like, whoa, do I just roll this into Solid and get more specific things? Like in theory, I could make Solid slightly smaller and maybe even more optimal if I brought these pieces together instead of making them generic. It hasn't been in a meaningful way, or that meaningful, but it's like one of those things that you always have in the back of your head when you're doing performance stuff. There's also the maintenance costs because if you look, this is still under my name. Like I keep this separate to safeguard the like framework agnosticness of it or library agnosticness of this, because I've done it intentionally so that we don't actually just make this solid. So there's potential here to take, I'd say, almost any reactive library and create the baselines of a Solid-like experience. Like you have to implement some of the features yourself. So I'm not talking like modern Solid. See, Solid's kind of gone away from this. Solid has, transitions and suspense and stuff. This only took stuff as far as like lazy components and mostly client-side render stuff. There's no like specialized server-side rendering in the least of ways I built it. Although technically DOM expressions has all the SSR stuff. So like someone could build all the features of Solid from the same base. But in any case, for the most part, I do this for client-side rendering mainly. And the cool thing that is any library that is built off DOM expressions actually gets a few outputs. They get the ability to use JSX the way Solid uses JSX. They get the ability to use a hyperscript function, and they get the ability to use tag template literals. So all the different templating forms also come part of this, because basically you build a custom runtime for your framework that works with all the tooling that I built for Solid. And the thing that is important and why this has kind of an awkward build setup is I wanted the framework to be tree shakeable. I wanted it so that the output could easily be tree shakeable. And this was a problem I had with just like importing stuff and calling a wrapper function, because you need all the methods to wrap them. And then at that point, it's harder. You can't like, unless we wrapped each thing individually, it'd be kind of tedious, like to actually like ship this in a way that the end user only imports what they import, or the compiler only imports what it imports. So I made this sort of into a build step. So you bring DOM expressions into your project, and then DOM expressions doesn't get shipped out as a dependency. It's kind of like bundling. We actually bundle a framework from this library. And then because we bundle it that way, any downstream bundler, when you import specific symbols, like specific exports, will only take those in, because there's no like overarching wrapper. What you get ultimately is just your framework. Okay, so that's like the technical thing. How's it going? I am a little bit tired, but we're gonna go full charge today. Whenever you have time, I'd love you to take a look at my small library called Sprinkle.js. Does that have a URL? Obviously, I'm not going to go full thing here, but is this like a reactive library? Could be the same. Paulo, maybe not. Give me a link and we can talk. All right. Anyway, where are we going? Right. I just wanted to show like that this is an agnostic solution. And essentially what we're going to be doing today is going to try and make Preact work. The big thing is DOM expression works because it does the wrapper itself. It expects you to export a few core functions to kind of build that runtime. It needs to know what an effect looks like in your library, etc. So essentially, it looks something like this, where you make a few functions that we need, like how to create a root, how to create an effect, how to create a computation and derived value, how to create a component, and a few other things. This might not be fully updated, and then it generates the framework for you. That's the gist of it. So this is actually just I literally grabbed my Vue version of this and copied it across. So this is probably not going to be, let me see here. This is probably, like, this isn't going to run right off the bat here, but this can give you kind of an anatomy of, or is that the right word? Anatomy, autonomy, whatever, of a project that kind of looks like this. And we're going to just port this over because the way I wrote it, a lot of the stuff is kind of generic. So I think we will only need to implement one file here to actually get it working. But when I build it, what I essentially do is I use rollup. As I mentioned, it's bundled. And what rollup does is actually goes through and builds, kind of builds up our main export of our runtime, our HTML, which is our tag template literal, and our H function exports. And in our dist folder or whatever, we're going to essentially have these builds that with your package JSON should be exported properly here. Though, what am I doing here? Am I even using export maps? This is probably just, yeah, I have not improved the DX on this one very much. Right now it just says the main is in here, lib and dist. But essentially this is it's a framework generator. Okay. So right now this is using like old style. So like it's not using exports. It's like literally just using nested package JSONs. There's nothing else in these folders except for a mapping back to the dist and lib folders that the build setup creates. It generates like two folders, one for CJS and one for ESM. So these won't get touched. And actually, no, let's sorry, someone mentioned I need to blow up my text a little bit here so people can see it more like this. I hope that's not a Rickroll. Oh, the live stream is not going good on YouTube. All right. Yeah, and I'm just gonna check how we doing in Twitch land. Ooh, new subscriber. Thank you, AGUI. Subscribed at tier 2. You might be my first tier 2 sub. So big thanks. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, everyone's going to have mixed things. If you're having trouble with YouTube, go to Twitch, go back and forth, whatever makes sense. I got started on YouTube because it was like dirt simple for me. Twitch actually makes me have to acknowledge that I'm actually a streamer who streams stuff. YouTube is just like press button, you know. But yeah, whatever works for people, go for it. Okay. So one thing I'm going to do right now before I forget is rename these so that they're consistent. But I think most of the build stuff is actually gonna be the same. We're gonna kind of trial and error this. I don't have good tests in here because literally this is something that I was like hacking together like 3 or 4 years ago before I even did, when I used to just do everything blind. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of mostly translate it, publish like a 0.01 version, see if we one-shot it. Otherwise, we'll just update it in the node modules while we try it in real time while we're building an actual app with it. I think that's generally when I'm going to do it. So if you see me make mistakes in chat, do tell me because it'll probably slow us down later. Otherwise, like we're doing this fully blind, pretty much. You know, the best way to code. All right. but yeah, I wanted to show everyone the anatomy of the project. The other thing is, there are pieces that get like copied in from the build step, or don't always get copied in from the build step, that I have to remember to get to actually bring in. Like, this is not a good set, like a perfect setup. Like if someone comes in here and tries to build their own framework with it, they're probably gonna hit a bunch of bugs. This is not the happy path. This is like what I use for experimentation. But we're gonna go here anyways. Okay, so what do we got here? Babel core is fine, Babel preset. We do not need view reactivity. We need to replace that with something. I think that's the only thing we need. We need the Preact module, and then DOM expressions, hyper DOM expressions, which is the tag template literals, or sorry, which is hyperscript, and then lit DOM expressions. So we're gonna use this version. There's a 0.35 out, but I changed stuff again in 0.35 to handle spreads, and there's probably still some issues there, and I changed. It's more complicated, so I'm not gonna bother with that. We're gonna build this to last month's spec. So what I'm going to do, someone's sharing a tool in chat, which probably would be useful. I am just terrible at learning new tools. So that's my fear here. I fear I would probably like try and do something and then like I get more stuck on tools than I get doing stuff really hacky ways. Anyway, yeah, so first things first, let's see if we can find, let's go back to Preact. We were playing with Preact Signals the other day, right? And that's how we kind of vetted that this was going to work. I made something in Code Sandbox and it passed the test. I just can't even remember the input. Maybe we can find it on Code Sandbox again. Did I delete my my thing? Testing Preact Signals. Here we go. All right. So this is what we want. At Preact Signals core, do they have new versions? Maybe. I gotta watch though. After my stream, I was talking to I forget if it was Marvin or Jason, and they were like, "Yeah, technically you just did the thing in here and it worked, but we're thinking of removing that feature." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, I better make this before you do." In my head, so maybe we'll just like lock it at the version that worked, just in case they start removing stuff. I imagine they wouldn't remove it on a patch version, but it's also kind of like undocumented behavior, probably, like it's kind of like hidden. So you know, let's just go 1-2-1. Hey Alexander. All right, let's see what we can do here. All right, so we want at Preact. And yeah, I apologize a little bit for not being more prepared, but I mean, I was pretty much dead yesterday after like 17 hours on airplanes and stuff. What was it, 1.2.1? All right, let's get this going. Yeah, don't worry about being late. It always takes me a while to get stuff rolling. But yeah, actually, and talking about New Zealand, I was saying, I wasn't sure if we are gonna actually have people from farther east. So yeah, I mean, that's out the window. I was just like, yeah, I doubt we'll see anyone from Australia today. Well, New Zealand is not too far from there, so okay, people from all over the world. All right. Okay, cool. So we're installed, and it looks like I actually was smart enough to build the package in TypeScript. So we might actually be able to code blind reasonably well. Historically, I would just code blind in JavaScript and just like cross my fingers. Right. Yeah, I saw potential here for us to learn something along the way, right? That's why I do this. Live coding is always kind of fun. You never know what you're going to end up with. Some people curse it. They're like, "Oh, every time I do it, it's just, you know." But yeah, this is not what you say before you start on a live coding thing, where you're like, "I've had pretty good luck with this so far," you know, famous last words. But no, I think even when stuff doesn't work, you learn stuff. So as long as everyone's enjoying this and you know, engaging the chat, having fun, I think we'll have a good time today. All right. Ooh, thank you, Hack Piro, for Prime sub. Yeah, I'm getting the hang of switching back and forth because the subs come in kind of ninja on the side. Okay, so yeah, we're building frameworks. I don't. Funnily enough, I actually had a lot of fun. If you want to see me build a framework, like this is going to be like a couple little things to kind of massage it into like where a zone that I know like works. But if you haven't seen it yet, I had a stream a while ago on what I call Petite Solid, which was building like Alpine JS or like Petite Vue on stream. And we actually successfully made the framework. Like all the pieces we had, I was able to just drop that into JS Framework Benchmark after the stream and benchmark it, and it was actually like decently good. And we did this by like hand. If you really want to understand, like, hey, I'm just going to build a framework today from nothing with reactivity, I think it's a good stream because like we basically build the templating, we build every piece we need in order to actually get it to work. You know, like what kind of logic goes into making a for loop and all this stuff. Today, for that kind of stuff, I'm going to be mostly copying and pasting and just swapping like Vue for Preact kind of stuff. Whereas in that stream, we actually like built it from like pure fundamentals. Also one of my least watched streams. So I mean, maybe that says something as well, right? But I mean, who knows? My least watched streams seem to be about React server components. So, you know, I guess it varies, right? You know, I do a stream about Next where I spent the whole stream replacing links with anchors in it, and the stream actually did really well. I did a bunch of streams about React server components, and like no one cared like 6 months to a year ago. I wonder if that'll change now after the next announcement, but it's funny. Anyway, let's get back to it. Yes, I do have Italian origins. My grandfather, I guess he was still born in Italy, from from I guess northeast side, I guess like outside of Venice, a little ways. So yeah, last name is Italian, but it's been watered down for a couple generations. Yeah, we have a few Italians in here, it looks like. All right. Yeah. Where to start? Yeah. So let's look at the anatomy of the source folder, okay? Whoa. Viewers just jumped up. Did something happen on Twitch? This is like nope, nothing happened on Twitch. Okay. Just people joining organically. It's the best kind of joining. Okay. So where were we going here? Okay, so here's a layout of our project, okay? First of all, there's an index.ts, which serves very little else than exporting a bunch of stuff that we need. If you look, most of the exports are from something called client and something called lib, okay? And then we also have the JSX export. And the JS export is basically the copy of whatever's latest from DOM expressions library. And essentially, we have an H and an HTML. I'm going to start with these ones because they're very simple. These are also entry points, kind of like indexes, because all they do is for the H version and the HTML version, I don't do the code splitting. You're not like, I built these not for people who are actually using build tools, because in my opinion, the developer experience is just so much dramatically worse. But for people who like do node code and just want to like run this reactive library in like a code pen off a CDN. So like code splitting is not happening for you anyway. But you can see the underlying library, HyperDOM expressions, and you'll see the same kind of entries in Solid itself, basically do like create hyperscript, pass in a bunch of helper functions that come in that are exported from index, and then re-export it. HTML is the same thing. It just requires a lot more helpers. The hyperscript one is almost simplistic, is the best way I could put it. It's not very, you do most of the stuff in the open. Like you're the one responsible for making sure everything's reactive. So there's not as much helpers. Where the HTML one is basically like a crippled version of Solid's JSX compiler. Crippled in that it can't analyze the wholes. It can only analyze the static parts. But it does do a lot more, like, automate some of these other things that need to happen. So this isn't too important, but I just wanted to show, like, essentially how we create the other specialized runtimes. What you'll notice here, though, is that essentially the core runtime is smaller. Like, if you want to use HyperScript or HTML templating, you're actually making your bundle size larger. Not only because you're giving up tree shaking, but because we need more runtime to support those, where the compiler can just shortcut that and doesn't need like any runtime for that aspect. The compiler needs very little runtime. So this is one of the things I always struggle with the H and HTML ones. It's like, yeah, sure, you can put in a code pen, but like, it's not going to be like, I don't know if it's going to be your main approach here, because it's just like harder to use, bigger, slower. It's just like worse in every possible way. So I'm one of the most, it's funny, sometimes I ship stuff with Solid and or with my libraries, and I like speak very negatively about it, and people are like, why do you ship it? It's like, there's going to be a use case, and if someone tries to go do this themselves, they're probably going to have a much harder time than me doing it. And I still see value in these things. If you have the option, use the build step, like, unquestionably. Anyway, so that's these ones in the index. So these are kind of the entry points. And then this is the JSX. So that leaves us with client, lib, and core. And you might be going, okay, well, we saw from our index that there was this lib and client. Okay, so the reason that I broke it up this way is that client is actually just a re-export of DOM expressions, which you might be like, this is kind of weird the way that you're including the project like this. But the reason we had to do it is because we're doing some fancy stuff where we're recompiling symbols, like doing aliasing of symbols inside DOM expressions to replace your stuff, like the reactive framework you're using, and then we're just re-exporting it. This is how we get the tree shaking. Instead of doing a wrapper function, we're actually compiling the library by replacing stuff from the source code in DOM expressions. But I still needed to kind of like have it in a place where I can reference it. And same with the types. So these generally get copied in from the build process, but I copied from Vue, so they were like already sitting there. And that just leaves us with two files left. Do ask me if there's any questions so far, though I really haven't shown much. It's still just technical stuff, kind of as a preamble. Yeah, that's a good question. Good primer from the basics standpoint. Because I talk about them a lot of my articles, and even sometimes in my like intro to SSR articles, I talk about these, but I don't think they're talked about in, like, I still kind of don't give them the most basic treatment. I give them the treatment in the context that I'm talking about. I wouldn't be surprised if something like patterns.dev talk about this a lot. For people here in the stream who just want to kind of get an idea, if you're not as familiar with these terms that I'm throwing around, code splitting is the process of taking a single bundle and splitting into multiple bundles. And you're like, okay, well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but like, what's the point? Well, sometimes you don't need to load all the JavaScript at once. So the most common use of code splitting is splitting between pages. What makes things complicated is, what if both pieces, or if you have like 10 pages, all use the same code? You don't want to duplicate that code in all 10 pages. Like there's some things do matter that they're singletons and whatnot. So essentially what you end up with is shared chunks or vendor chunks, right? I mean, this might be worth visualizing for 2 seconds here, but this is the chart I didn't publish. Someone was suggesting that we merge Svelte and Solid, and yeah, maybe we'll talk about that later. And I was gonna like, I don't know. I don't think Solid and Svelte have a ton in common, actually. So anyway, that's why frameworks aren't all the same framework. But yeah, so you start with bundle, this is your app, right? At the beginning, and you're like, okay, And inside your app, conceptually, you have pieces, right? Like, how do I want to draw this, right? You have a bunch of these ones, and I'm just gonna copy a few of these. Let's pretend we have page 1 through 4. These could be components. They could be whatever the hell we want. So let's just do this. Let's go 1, 2, 3. And I'm sorry for anyone who's new to my stream. We get sidetracked all the freaking time because learning is important. So, and the fun part is, there might also be some, I don't know, should I use different shapes? Let's see, maybe some circles. Yeah, let's do some circles. We have some pieces like this, CV, right? And what ends up happening, I mean, in our pool of our app that's full of a bunch of stuff, let's label these. Okay, A, B, C, and D. Okay, sweet. And then things get a little fun because sometimes like you'll have situations where one depends on A and B, and then 2 just depends on B, and 3 depends on C, and 4 depends on D. But as it turns out, D also depends on C. And actually, let's make this one D also depend on B. Okay, these are real dependency graph kind of problems. So the problem is if I conceptually pull 1 out and 2 and 3, 4, so like we're in a new world where we're essentially this is always the fun part with this. Can I select these without the other ones? Yeah, can I do this? Yeah, sweet. So if now like these are the top level things and they're out here, with code splitting, the whole thing is like you'd go, okay, A is like a bundle A over here. And there's different ways you can do this, but okay, A, like you kind of look at the shared dependencies. It might be like depending on how many things they're used on, you might like put a few things together and be like, okay, like since like B is used by almost everyone, I'm gonna like, yeah, you might do like, you don't want too many chunks, but you might like, let's make a few of these. 1, 2, 3. Let's see what's going here. Like since D relies on C, like you could see how there's different combinations of things you might want to do. Like you might be like you can't actually in this case compress any of these into 1, 2, 3, 4 very easily because of the fact that they're needed in other things. Like because D depends on C, you can't just pull C into 3 because otherwise you'd load all of 3, and you end up with like this kind of terrible mess. So like one strategy that you might do, sorry, I'm going to change my thing, is just literally look at everything that's shared and just go like this sucker here is the vendor chunk. This is very common back in the day, which is the good old A, B, C, D, right? Like you might just do this, right? But alternatively, you might just go, okay, I'm going to package C and D together, and then I'm going to package B, and then we package A. So you might, and because you might, yeah. So what did I say? I go A, and under this actually A isn't used by anyone else. So actually we don't need A, sorry. We're going to stick A in here, actually. Yeah, I did draw this way for a reason. We're actually going to do this. I'm going to go A. A is actually going to go inside 1 because we can keep these together. We're going to make a B out here. All right, B, and then like there are different strategies. I'm not gonna pretend like I know exactly what gets done for you in all cases, but like something like this is not unreasonable where you would go, okay, so you depend on this, you depend on this, you depend on this, and you two get these two, right? Like something like this. And essentially, even though you made 4 logical splits, you actually end up with 6 chunks. Okay? There's, you know, you might go, oh no, I actually want them all together. So you'll only make 5 chunks, but then you'll be loading code that's not needed if you only go to page 4 or something, right? But essentially, your bundler is doing this kind of stuff for you. That is code splitting in a nutshell. Does that make sense so far? Okay, we're good. We good on code splitting. All right, I'm just catching up with chat here. Okay. Yeah. Anything else going on? Any new subs coming in? Thank you, Fisher0055 with the tier 1 sub. And yeah, how are we doing? I also am reminded at this point to tell people to press like on the YouTube video. Apparently this is something that one has to do to get views. I am taking this straight out of other streamers' playbooks, but if you haven't yet, press the like button. Thank you, it helps me a lot. All right, so let's keep on going. Okay, so what do we call this one? This one's called code splitting. All right, code splitting. You're a machine. Awesome. Okay. And the other question was tree shaking. Tree shaking is not too bad, but I mean, I wonder if I need a Scala draw for this one, because tree shaking is actually something that's relatively visible to see when you look at a package. Because all tree shaking does at its core is, see, you export a whole bunch of stuff here, you know, like all of these things. It's like our index file. Like we export like a whole bunch of symbols, and you can export star, but you export a whole bunch of things. All the core of tree shaking is if your app only imports certain symbols and you set your module as being side effect free, then it knows that the code not related to those symbols just goes away. So like, for example, if, I mean, I don't know why this would happen, but let's say I export create component in Solid, but you don't use a component in your app. You literally just top level pass in a function that renders a div, like a counter app, and you never actually create a JSX component. Well, then that, because the compiler won't actually import that statement, that function never needs to be bundled with your code, right? I don't think I need to visualize this one. Like it literally, symbol not imported drops off. The part that gets really cool with tree shaking, which I showed way back in a long stream long ago, I'd have a hard time finding it myself, is that bundlers can do more than tree shaking. They can do something called dead code elimination. So if they can see stuff that can be statically analyzed, that can actually run, like pretend you have, like, it doesn't matter, but like pretend you have, like, for some reason you have a constant like is server equals false somewhere, right? And then somewhere in your code you have, like, I don't know, some functions like do stuff, right? Okay, we're doing some stuff. And then in here you're like, if is server, you know, return else. I'll make it if else to make it really clear, but usually I write code differently than that, which actually, funnily enough, Primogen noticed in his weird code analyzer thing. But, you know, it's like server stuff, client stuff. This is actually a really cool demo to show on Rollups REPL, but I'm not going to do that right now because I'll get too distracted. But what I want to say is, like, if you have a constant, and you can kind of tell this as like thing. You're like, the bundler is smart enough to be like, okay, is server false? Okay. Like it'll just like, even in the middle of one of your components, it will do that, right? But what gets interesting is if you have tree shaking, like obviously this can never change, right? But like there's no code here when you analyze the bundle to know this could ever change. But pretend you had something like this, like enable server or something, right? And then it's like is server equals true, okay? Because of how smart tree shaking is, if you never import enable server, it's impossible for is server to ever become true. So the bundler still just goes, right? But if you do import enable server, then it ships both sets of code because both values are doing it. So based on tree shaking, it can actually be smart enough to rewrite your code based on like these feature checks. I use this inside Solid all the time. This is why if you make Hello World, you don't get transitions and suspense shipped, even though that stuff weaves through the core of Solid's stuff. That's why the bundle size is way smaller than bundle phobia will tell you, because the combination of using tree shaking with dead code elimination is super powerful. And obviously for is server, this is kind of a bad example, because what we do with Solid is we have two different runtimes, like separate JS files that we send, and we just set it to false and true in those, so that in your code you get this thing, because basically is server is never going to change. Like when you're running in the browser, is server is false. If you're running in the client, or sorry, if you're running on the server, is server is true. That never changes, and the code splitting just works. But I wanted to show this like dynamic aspect of it too that leverages tree shaking. Super powerful. Anyway, yes, functional over imperative. Yes, OOP is traditionally very hard to tree shake and dead code eliminate in the same way. Stuff like inheritance pretty much makes it like not a thing. It's much harder. That's why frameworks like Angular have actually done like a lot of really interesting optimizations and stuff on top of the normal bundlers to try and get it there, because they know based on like the way like say Angular works with classes that it's safe to do certain things and you could eliminate that code. But for the most part, when we're just like using raw bundler stuff like rollup or Cursor and all these things, it's those kind of rules which lend much more to functional programming patterns. Okay, whirlwind there. We got sidetracked. All right, I'm just catching up here. Oh, so much chatting going on in the chat. See, luckily it's not like too fast. I can actually scroll back and see what people haven't seen yet. Yeah, okay, I want to understand this whole import chunking caching. Yeah, I mean, there's incremental builds and like there's lots of different ways, you can break up this work and get better dev stuff in certain situations. And I don't know. Caching is such a funny thing because caching is like the last layer. It's like, okay, we've made things as fast as possible and it's probably pretty good, but in a couple cases, it's not good enough. We're going to cache. That's the way I look at caching. Caching is not like a performance like winner thing. If you show like showing performance wins off caching benefits is kind of like I don't know, like it's a thing, but it's like also like it's the like caching is tricky, but it's tricky in like a complex like manual sense. So I guess if you make that easier for the developer, it's worth pointing out, but it's also kind of like it's less interesting to me than the algorithmic sense of it. Like how do you make something actually faster? Caching is like a whole nother layer of problem. All right, here we go. Got to have a command for your channel. Yeah, I don't know anything. People sharing links that I'm not going to click on. Astro's favorite JSX framework author. Are you guys talking about me? Thank you. Just catching up. All right. I tried to remove 2 bundles in Solid in my last stream and I failed. I'm not sure what that is. Any link between TSC type checking of JSX return type and bundler dead code elimination? Not in anything that I know of. I mean, TypeScript dead code eliminates their types, which gets us into trouble sometimes, like with JSX, where like if we're using variables in a certain way that they don't recognize. That's why like Solid's directives are problematic. But I don't think they do much else beyond that. Oh, Astro's on YouTube? That's awesome. You guys should check that out. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what the title means. Okay. I did cover this a little bit earlier on, but high level is reactive systems are a powerful enough change system in themselves. Like Preact has released something called Signals that it's possible to make a framework that doesn't use a virtual DOM purely off this reactivity. That's what Solid does, Solid.js, the framework I wrote. And I was like, okay, well, can we take Preact Signals and make like a Solid.js out of it? That's the question here. But the tricky part is like this takes a lot of prior knowledge to kind of get there. So, people ask questions along the way, and we all learn together. So that's what's going on here. Yeah. Pick a Rick demo. Yeah. Are we baiting Rick rolls now? You guys just want me to click on links and get some. What is it? Sean Astin. Anyways. All right, here we go. Yeah, where's everyone going here? Also, thank you for tier 1 sub, eureka.dev. Hopefully I don't miss anyone. This is why like actual real streamers have like dashboards and stuff. They've set stuff up. I'm just like trying to backtrack through my own chat. Okay, cool. So we were getting somewhere, weren't we? We were getting to a point. Sorry, just gonna slide this off, make sure I didn't like mess with anything. Although I can tell by the beautiful green bar on the side, but this is how much I don't distrust tooling. Okay, so we're showing the exports, talking about tree shaking, code splitting, and we narrowed it down that this client I told you is basically what the DOM expression codes exports, and that's why we export star, which leaves us only with lib and core. And lib is probably where we're going to do most of our work today. Lib is where we actually implement all the code, and it's about, I don't know, 300 some odd lines of code to get the specific implementation. And the key part is core exports from lib the specific stuff that DOM expression needs in order to generate the specific like web package, like in solid.js-web, the specific package for the compiler, which I end up just wrapping all into the same thing for these simple builds, essentially is this extra export for core. So yes, this is a very strange and convoluted setup, but this is what's going to allow us to really just focus on implementing these functions from lib in order to create our custom renderer that works like Solid with Preact. Am I allowed to Theo post in here? Not sure what that means, but probably yes. Use Solid Astronauts, it's good for your health. Yes, sorry, I didn't highlight the right tweet. Probably yes, but you know, we'll see. Yeah, a lot of Astro people around here. We got Fuzzy and Astro, and I thought I saw someone else a little earlier. Anyways. All right. Let's get started. This might actually be shorter than we think, but probably not. Probably we're going to break stuff, and then we're going to be like, oh, damn. Okay, so first thing is we need to get our reactive stuff in from Preact that we're going to need. Luckily for us, Preact has so few exports that this is going to be actually probably a lot easier than what we're doing here. So I'm just going to leave that for reference for a second, but what we need to import from that Preact Signals core is we're going to need a few things. We're going to need, looks like we're going to need effect, and we're going to do it as P effect, just not to confuse, because we're going to need to make our own effect. We need computed. Stop is, what, is it computed? Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about that. Stop is Vue's way of doing untrack. And pause tracking reset. No, stop is release. Let's look back at our reference testing Preact Signals. They don't have anything specific to wrap, so they just call dispose. So that's going to be a difference that we're going to have to account for. Okay. let's get back here. Okay, so don't have stop, shallow ref. So we need signal is essentially that. We're just gonna call it, I think that's Preact's equivalent. They call their signals shallow ref. And then there's some type stuff here. Is there capital signal as a type? Oh, there is. Look, this is just straight for straight. Okay, so now we need to do some stuff. Okay, so first thing, I've got some types here for like the context API. We want our reactive system still to have a context API. I think we can keep this shape. This will teach you a bit about Solid while we go too, because the trick to these reactive renderers is they actually use the reactive system as the context system. They actually look up the owner, something that I call the ownership graph for reactivity. Solid, oh, it's interesting. Solid is discussed a lot and loved in the Rust community. It is awesome. Yeah, I talked about this a bit last week. I'm very stoked about what the Rust community has been doing, because do you know what happened? Rust community comes out and they're like, yeah, we're going to make some WASM libraries and we're going to like, you know, make UI things, and, you know, Rust is fast, and we know it won't be as fast as like the JS stuff to begin with, but you know, because of like the DOM bridge and stuff. But, you know, people started making libraries. But what did they do? They went and they looked at like React, and they're like, yeah, React's a good UI library, and they all made React clones in Rust. And then the performance was like, and everyone's like, okay, well, I guess WASM isn't just not good enough for rendering the DOM. But you guys found Solid, you know, starting with Sycamore and then a few others, you know, the last year or two. And we're now talking about a very different story where, yeah, sure, load time, like maybe I don't want my e-commerce site, you know, to use Rust framework for like rendering to get my fastest page load times. But like for rendering and updates, like, you know, it's the performance is really up there. And I think a lot of that came from, there's a lot of communication overhead is what kills WASM more than anything. And when we keep things nice and tight, so to speak, we can get better performance today. So I don't know, maybe a WASM VDOM library that's fast will be a thing in the future. But right now it looks like if you want to get speed out of your WASM UI frameworks, you're going to build it basically like Solid. And what's interesting to me about that is WASM often gets compared to web workers. So I'm wondering if this means that some of the things that people have found prohibitive in the past about web workers to do UI and those kind of things are actually just because they all tried to use VDOMs. I don't know. That's not something that I'm going to personally look into. I'm pushing the envelope in other places, but just food for thought. Maybe the problem is starting with the wrong base assumption. A resumable Rust framework. I mean, that's an interesting prospect, Michael. Like, because one of the reasons that we are using JavaScript everywhere is because you need it in the browser. So in a sense, and it's a purely compile time approach can't get us 100% of the way there if we want to optimize for these cases like hydration stuff. It's way easier to run both sides if you're using JavaScript, which is why I've been saying for a while that, like, I'm sorry, people who like other backend languages, if you want the best performing site, you want to use JavaScript, which just seems kind of weird because you're like, well, we know it's slower on the server, but the impact of the network costs and the client costs, which are like not in your control, are orders of magnitude more impactful than your server costs generally. And your server costs often can be solved with scaling, horizontal scaling. And like basically there's solutions to those problems, but a much harder solution to people having slow devices and networks. But if WASM is possible and the pieces get small enough, it's interesting. I don't know. I guess the load up time is still going to be the hit, but it is interesting, right? Because like this is a thinking or a place where you might want to like think if the traditional thought trade-offs become less relevant. Anyway. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm. People keep on trying to convince me to learn Rust. I'm just like an old JavaScript old man, so like it might not be able to teach dogs new tricks, so to speak. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like there's a huge bundling, and yeah, like that being said, I think there's different ways to do resumability, and I think things aren't. I hung out with Michiko Hevery, creator Quick, like pretty much all week. Maybe we'll talk about that later, but a lot of idea bouncing back and forth. And as usual with me, when that happens, I usually see more opportunities rather than less. It's not about doors closing, it's about doors opening, new ways things are possible. And yeah, we'll talk about that later. Okay. Okay, so where was I? Okay, so the couple types here. It's important to know that context basically gets jumped onto it. But the biggest thing that you're going to see in a reactive renderer like this that isn't in almost any reactive libraries except for like Solid or SJS or like newer ones that have been learning from Solid, things like Voby or whatnot, is that there's no concept of ownership in the reactivity system. And some people who've come in more recently or have like, this has been like a surprise to them because like this is such a core part of how Solid works and like how this kind of renders works. But most reactive systems don't actually have ownership. Vue actually added something for kind of ownership, like effect. I can't remember what it's called, effect blocks or something, like some kind of like root block type thing. But even at the time that I made this for Vue, they didn't have it. So it's not very common pattern. So I'm basically gonna have to make this system on top of the current reactive system for this all to work. That's the crux of it. You should join in on Prime teaching Theo Rust. Yeah, I mean, if they'll have me, I'm sure I'd consider it. But okay, so that's the main thing we're going to accomplish here. We're going to like fake the ownership system that Solid has with the other reactive library. One thing that we learned in our investigation of Preact though was that Preact doesn't have an untrack function, doesn't have a way to do this untrack other than like a sample per observable. That is not going to work for us conceptually. Like we're going to have to pray. Like this is the one piece that's missing. And again, I understand why it's missing. People untrack in a reactive library is like not putting like choosing not to include something in the dependency array in React. Like ESLint is going to shout at you, but sometimes it's exactly what you want to do. And it's very important when you have nesting and stuff like functional programming patterns. Like you have to think about something like if you make a map function, do you want any downstream subscriptions to actually trigger the whole map to calculate, or do you want to handle independently? Untrack is very important when you start trying to like apply like Lodash or RxJS patterns to signals. Like it's essential. But even very well-versed framework authors probably haven't gone down that path. Like someone was trying to convince them to add Untrack to Vue reactivity, and Evan was just like, no, like straight up no. And like they gave low-lying primitives, which are error-prone perhaps, to allow me to do it at least. But like there's a certain thinking, like it opens up a door for things that can like not track and not be explainable to people. The problem is sometimes at the call point, you can't possibly know what needs to track or not untrack. Like on is not sufficient. Like watch is not sufficient. So yeah, me as a purist kind of is just like, that's kind of not acceptable. But you know what? We're going to see how far we can go without untrack today, because I think the only place that's going to bite us is on array loops. So we're just going to do this. Untrack is just going to be a no op, essentially. We're just going to go untrack, call the function you pass to it. If you aren't familiar with untrack, anyone, essentially it gets used like this. You go untrack, and then you go like, you have like a signal in here. Like I'm going to use Preact stuff. So let's say untrack, what am I going to do? Count dot, no, don't, count dot value plus plus, right? And now when you access count dot value, it's not going to track it, right? You can also do this, obviously, right? You can also go value dot or count dot peak or something in Preact syntax. But the problem is untrack lets you like untrack the whole block. It acts as both a peak and it acts like a whole block type thing. So peak is not sufficient replacement for untrack. All right. Right. The reason the dep array causes problems in React is because it's like the default. Like you have to be like, I'm coming in and I need to think dep array. Whereas reactivity kind of reverses it, where it's like, okay, you come in, don't worry about it, it'll work, until you want to like go, okay, I want to do something a little fancier. So like the need for considering dependencies and updates doesn't, it's like inversed. It's like it's analogous, like the way, say, mechanical and electrical engineering or systems are. Like they have the same kind of concepts, but like in a slightly different way. Like there's a direct correspondence between how something is React or how it is in a reactive library, but it's just a little bit different. And I think like this is probably the challenge with hooks, right? Because now suddenly everyone has to be aware of the dependencies and like think like that. Where in reactivity, it's more like lazy. You're like, okay, don't worry. Just like as you write, know that it'll track and be dependent. But if you don't want it to, you need a little bit of extra consideration. So I mean, that can trap you in a different way. There is considerations there. I actually think React's design is right for React. I think it's very weird to remove the dependency arrays from React, because React runs top down. So when you get somewhere, you should be asking the question, hey, did something change? What is it? Like it's a question you ask like this. It's different with a reactive library where like the hooks change, like the function, like they're kind of self-contained. There isn't like this top-down flow to it. So like I think, and this is the actual challenge with a React compiler. Like if you suddenly go, okay, yeah, we'll compile away the dependency arrays, just don't worry about it. Like, well, you can't think about it top down in the same way, or not as easily. Like you're looking at the expressions and you're like, does this run or does it not run? I don't know, especially if you don't have primitives for state that make it clear that you're tracking. I think it becomes a messy zone. Like, I don't know. We'll have to see about it. I mean, it works for Svelte, but Svelte teaches you conceptually a different model. You're not going dun 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 running through this code top down imperative style like you do in React. Maybe React will teach people a different model, but in actuality, it's not that model. So I think that's a bit of a mind warp. Well, I will say that reactive systems tend to over-memorize. People over-memorize with the dep array because, yeah, like they're like, okay, I'm just going to lazy it. I'm just going to make sure I put everything in it. Like, make me an ESLint rule that automatically adds all the dependencies, like that kind of thing, or like a compile thing. Like, if you got into that point, then you got to start questioning things. But I think actually reactive systems are more guilty of over-memoization because they just do it automatically. I think this is one of the biggest things I've been trying to kill with Solid, is get people away from over-memoization. I'm just like, yeah, just call it a function. Just do like, you don't have to get so ceremonious. This is one of the problems I have with dot value, because then suddenly people are looking for dot values. Like they're looking for computeds. Not everything, or like say like Preact Signals style, where you're like, if you want to make that expression still only fine-grained update, you have to pass the signal all the way through. Like not the value, but the signal. And then if there's an expression there, you actually have to wrap it in a computed, otherwise you don't get the advantage. And actually, Quick's like this too, actually, now that I think about it, but they don't have derivations yet. So like they just plain deopt if you don't pass a straight signal through. Like essentially, like this is awkward. I'm in my opinion, people will realize this. See, the reason Vue gets around this a little bit is because they're not trying to do these kind of like little micro optimizations like Preact or Quick are doing here. They literally just like optimize their VDOM to kind of be like, I'm a VDOM that considers signals, and they do different sorts of optimizations. But like this like very specific, like if I'm precisely signal optimization combined with the mutable dot value thing creates this over memoization problem. Anyway. Yeah, I thought about this. I could export my own signal, and if I need to do this, we will do this. But the problem is then you'll have to use this library signal, right? Essentially, what we do here is we like put a global on track and then a global track, and then every time we call our dot value getter from our signal, then we call peak instead. If we need to go there, we'll go there. This is a very good suggestion, though, Brendan. Oh yeah, someone wants the link to the one where I actually kind of like built not I built it from like Solid's reactivity, but let's see if we can find this on YouTube right now. It should be what is it called? Petite Solid, something like this. Here it is, Petite Solid. Let's build a micro Vue library. This stream is and let's get rid of that timestamp. Is just like purely like just thinking through the oh. Sorry, let's use share actually. I was like taking away the short URL. Let's post this in both places. All right, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, hopefully that came in both places. You guys can all see this. And I hopefully haven't missed any fiber. Oh, okay, yeah, Fisher, oh, yeah, we already caught that sub. I hopefully haven't missed anything else in chat. All right. Cool. All right. Let's keep on going. Okay. So, why am I not seeing anything? Because I distracted myself. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. So yeah. Anyways, as I was saying with Brendan, I think that's a good approach, and we might need to go there if we need to. For now, let's focus on, we'll just leave on track as like a no op essentially, or what's it called, an idempotent function, which like literally you pass the function, it calls the function, and move forward. Okay, global context. Global context is, what do we got here? This is going to be our fake for our root. And the reason we have roots is in Solid, and render is like Solid, you don't have to worry about nesting effect disposal. We register them. So when you create an effect, it goes, hey, is there a parent? If there's a parent, register me with your parent so that when the parent reruns, we unregister them. This gets rid of all the nastiness, because in most reactive libraries, if you need to dispose an effect or like make them like on the fly, you have to manage that. I did that for a very long time, and SJS is what opened up my mind to it. So we're going to create something called a root function, and what the root function does is it sets the global context, which is a list of disposables, and then whatever the owner is basically the existing global context. That's the idea, and then. See, we're using on track all over the place. So that's why I'm like trying to I'm hoping that we don't have to do too much here. This is making sure that, see, here's an example, right? It's possible that someone calls a dispose in a tracking context and actually subscribes to the things. Like if someone's like reading reactive values inside a dispose function, that could cause like re-renders and stuff. So let's just be optimistic that this will work and keep on going. Okay, so what this return here is basically a function which disposes. Basically, it takes the root function you pass in. This is the same syntax that Solid has. It calls that function with a dispose function. So it's actually the root's first argument is a function you call with dispose. So when you use root, it looks kind of like this. It's like root. People don't use this API in Solid very often, but it's the core, like our render functions call it. You get this. So this, I know this seems weird, but a little bit, but there's a reason for this. It's because root actually returns back the value, like div or whatever, like it returns that back out. So you use dispose to actually dispose the root. So that's what function you're actually seeing here. It's actually this function here goes through the list of disposals that are on the global context and iterates and goes like, let's call them all, right? And then free up the list. Okay. Cleanup similarly is like on cleanup in Solid, which is it registers a function, looks for the global context currently, and pushes that function onto the cleanup. So this is how you register like cleanups. Question in chat. Do we have her? Yeah, I can't get into this right now. How hard is the modifier to pass components across the worker boundary? Probably hard. I haven't looked into it. Thoughts on new devs learning patterns in Vanilla.js? I mean, I use Vanilla sometimes as like a teaching tool. I think it's not a new dev thing. I think it's like a when I'm ready kind of thing. I think it's like learn basic JavaScript, learn the framework abstraction, then learn what goes underneath the framework abstraction. That's when you come back to me. Essentially, that's what I do. I lift the hood or so. Okay, so cleanup looks good. It looks like it should just work. What is effect? Well, effect, if you look at it, is actually creating another one of these contexts, and then it's also setting up a cleanup function, and then stop C. So we don't have stop in this. I think our C is just going to, from Preact is just a function. So I know, why did I call it C? I'm not sure why I called it C. I called it because it's the computation, but in our new thing, I'm just going to call this dispose, and we're going to go, if it's the final, we're going to call dispose, okay? And what is dispose? Well, it's what we get back from our effect, or P effect, I'm going to call it. Dispose, which means I need to, where the hell did C come from anyways? Like, I was defining C somewhere, wasn't I? Oh, yeah, sorry. Other thing you gotta get used to. This is why Primeagen, Sid my code is really compact. I wrote this years ago, but I'm a CoffeeScript dev. So you're probably like going, what's on? This is comma operator separated. So what you're actually seeing is these are all declarations. Const this, const cleanup function, const dispose. I apologize for people about clarity here. I just really hate declaring variables. I don't mind anymore, but it used to bug me. So this kind of thing. But what's interesting is it leads to code that is more declarative. Like it's like you kind of like see the declarations, and then this is the only code that actually runs when you create the effect, essentially, which is funny. I mean, technically this runs too, right? So you create the Preact effect, which I'm going to explain in a second here, which calls our cleanup function, right? Which cleans up our, like, basically we need to mirror the normal process. If you've seen a reactive library, every time it runs, it cleans out its dependencies, then it executes the code, tracking the new dependencies, right? And it kind of pushes itself on the stack and pops itself off at the end, so to speak. So what we have to, because we're creating our own owner tree, we're creating a separate tree beside it. We actually have to do a similar thing where we clean up the previous nested effects, push ourselves onto the stack, essentially become the global context, run our function, and then go back to the previous owner, right? So hopefully that makes sense if you've seen any of my intro to reactive stuff, but essentially we're mirroring the reactive execution flow, this time for not handling dependencies, but for handling nested computations that we're tracking. I'm not sure what makes sense, but I'm hoping something makes sense. So then all we do also is, because we created this thing and this dispose handling, we actually have to register with our parent. So this cleanup is actually calling the parent cleanup and going, hey, when you clean up, you have to clean me up as well. So we've kind of wired up the whole like disposal things automatically. So like, although Preact you have to manage your disposal yourself. We're kind of building it into this global system, right? So making progress. Okay, what's next? All right. And how's Twitch doing? I guess that's the real question. Twitch is doing good. Mm-hmm. How's YouTube doing? Looks like most of you are still there in YouTube. It's like twice as many people watch on YouTube compared to watch on Twitch. But if you're in YouTube, always give the thumbs up. But yeah, no, this is better. My recent streams have had more people on Twitch, which is cool. Okay. All right, so here we go. And so what else do we need? We need I call it a memo, but it's a computed. And luckily for us, this old signature doesn't really matter that much in the future, but I'm going to keep it for now. Preact's computeds actually work exactly the way we want them to. Interestingly enough, like some systems don't, so I actually had to. But the problem is we need to use our effect. That's why. Because we need to use our effect, this gets a little bit fun. So actually what we're going to do is this is going to become a signal that untracks this function, unfortunately, to get the initial value, and then creates the... Yeah, see, this is an interesting choice here, because the effect will run immediately. Sometimes we need to do this because some systems defer their effects, which is why there's a song and dance. Like, I would love to, like, we can test this later. Like, can we remove and just, like, run the effect immediately and then not have to call the function twice? Because sometimes this is a problem because some systems' effects are scheduled, and if they're scheduled, then you can read an undefined before you get to it. So this is something we're gonna have to do. Actually, you know what? We're gonna assume that Preact is synchronous because it's not like Vue. And I'm gonna put a little note here. Do we need blank? Because if we don't, I'm gonna like just force it. Like, it's because essentially what's gonna happen is we're gonna create a signal and then immediately run the effect to get the first value. And it's unfortunate that we have to do it this way. It's just because we need to get our cleanup to work properly with our memos as well. But exactly, well, this one won't be lazy. Right? Because we need it for the rendering. Yeah, well, we need it for the memory. If the end user never uses this, and this is just the compiler, you have to remember we're making these functions for the compiler. That's perfectly fine. Right? You can still use your lazy computeds with Preact for your end user code. We just need this for the compiler. Okay? And it looks like we can create a selector too. This will be important for getting high scores on the JS Framework benchmark. But, okay, so we have let's see if we can just, like, if Preact and Vue are very similar as much as I think they are. I think it wants undefined as Vue. Then we're actually in like a pretty decent place here, because you might be going, okay, what's create selector, right? There's a lot of code here. This is probably one of the most complicated, not complicated, but like most like abstract pieces here. It's essentially, it really bugged me that in reactive libraries, especially, like, if you've ever had this problem where you can't put you don't want to put the UI state on the model. What I mean by that is, pretend you have a list of, I don't know, users, and there's like is selected. You don't want to put is selected on the user model because you might use that user model in like 10 places in your app. So you need a way of taking like a list of selected users and sorry, a list of users and a list of like selected user IDs and like combine them. And the problem is traditionally this effort always involves like full iteration, because like if the selection changes, you don't know which rows change, and like it gets very it's not granular. Like essentially you have to rerun the list. I hate rerunning the list. So I came up with a mechanism for kind of reverse mapping it to almost like create signals essentially on the model without the model actually getting dirtied by it. It's like a temporary mapping of signals. And that's what this thing is. It's kind of complicated because it can be subscribed to multiple places. But ultimately, what you end up with is something kind of cool where you can go like, is selected, create selector from, you know, your selection. And this is single select. You can also do multi-select with an argument. But essentially, then you can go like, or create selector, sorry. And then you can do stuff like is selected and then like pass in like, I don't know, some ID. And what this does is it kind of like has this behind the scenes mapping to other signals so that it can pinpoint like wherever you call this expression, it can pinpoint update that expression instead of rerunning the list. This is one of the tricks to how Solid is so fast for the JS framework benchmark, and all my libraries are and whatnot. It's a very useful primitive, and it has a lot in common with the problem with like Redux selectors. Like essentially like the reason why, not just Redux, but like the reason why like even Recoil and stuff, a lot of these libraries have been trying to find ways to get optimal notification of things when they're updating a list, because the selectors generally need to like run against the whole list. This is a way of like doing like optimized fine-grained selection. It is not. I've wanted this since like my knockout days. I hit this problem all the time, and it's cool with reactivity. You can actually solve it better. I mean, if you think about it, it makes sense. Like if you had like, I mean, I'm just speaking here, but like if you had like a data object, right? Like, and you're like, okay, let's, you know, like ID, name. I'm just like putting some fields on like a list of users or whatever. Address. Like I don't really care. If you think about it, if you have this kind of data object and you're like passing it in to something, and like, let's pretend now there's an is selected on it. I'm just going to like put the inverse in here. If you've got a VDOM library or something, let's just pretend, and you got your big immutable data structure, and then you go, okay, see, even with it on the item, what ends up happening is you like go and you're like, okay, I need to select, this one was selected to begin with, so let's make this true. And this one was false. And now I want to swap these. What you're going to do is you're actually going to clone this object, and just change the value on them, like them when you clone them. This, when it comes back, will be like a clone version with selected true and a clone version selected false. And because these objects are not, you know, different, you have this ID, thank God, because now you can key your map, you know, use the key property in React, but you still have to run the reconciler to like go each row, go, you know, is this the same item? You know, like with the ID key. And that way we don't recreate like all the DOM nodes, but then you still have to dig deeper in and go, okay, is this selected true or false? What's really cool with a reactive system is if this is a signal, essentially, you can just update the one place and not run the list reconciler. So like there's two stages of why this is kind of optimal for reactive libraries. Both you can save on the reconciliation cost, and with this trick, you don't even have to put it on the model. So I think this is a real use case. I used this trick when I like more manually back when I used to build apps. I built I did a lot of data grids. Not data grids, but I did a lot of image grids, rather, because I worked on like private social media, kind of like a Instagram or Instagram, Facebook for schools. And that's where I hit this the most. I think this is the big reason I was happy to add it to Solid was this is generalizable, because you can do single select, multi-select. You can provide your own comparator function to kind of do this stuff. Once I hit that point, I was like, yeah, okay, this is not a benchmark hack anymore. You can literally use this pattern to do whatever with it, right? It's completely generalizable. like Vue or used to have a special set. I'm not sure if they ran. The big thing is even if Vue has the granular updates, they still, it's going to be challenging for them not to rerun their VDOM. Like they've done actually a really good job optimizing, so I can't say like in all cases this is true, but generally speaking, Vue is still going to like back away from that and go, oh, component updated. It's still very component model VDOM thinking. And that's what we're not building today. We're building a fine-grained renderer that only updates what needs to be updated. Cool. It's a lot of re-render and retrigger. Yeah, like there are other use cases here. Thank you. All right. So how we doing Twitch? How we doing YouTube? All right. We're still going. Okay, cool. So check this out. So let's keep on going. Okay, so this is create selector. I'm not going to go too deep into what it's doing, but it's basically just like inverses the pattern because it adds the signals on and then like triggers them essentially with this for loop. Subs.get is there's like a map in here, and I think this is all good. It's funny, you don't see very much value, but here it is .value. So there it's doing the read. Okay, let's keep on going. Create component. Another place we use untrack. This protects us. See, what I'm getting at is ultimately I might need to solve this, but I don't think I need to solve this for like to make a benchmark. But you can see if you've ever wondered, this function is the same in Solid. Create component in Solid, like when you make a component and compile it, it literally just calls on track. Like that's all there is to it, because if you get a JSX expression like this, right? Like let's pretend it's like I don't even care what it is. Let's do this, and someone's got like some logic like I'm gonna use Preact syntax since we're here, but like count.value bigger than 5 and whatever, like draw my component, right? The problem is if you don't untrack and someone just top level in your component accesses some reactive variable, like maybe they accidentally destructure or something, it's actually like I had a choice of solid. People talk about, oh man, I can't destructure. Well, I can make it so your component re-renders on destructure, you know, like it's just like not what you actually ever want ever, pretty much. So that's why we put the untrack in, because look, this my comp you see this is a create component call. It's essentially just my comp. Like there's no, it's just like calling a function here. So if you think about it, this is still an accessor. Like this is essentially a signal from our perspective. So it would track every access inside if we didn't untrack. Untrack gives us like a stable starting ground again, which means including if you defined my comp as like something that's like this, like you know, let's destructure something. I don't know, children or something. I like. And then this here, Solid's compiler makes it like get children. This is how we work for reactivity. We wrap it in a getter so it's lazy. This destructure happening here would actually get tracked with the parent expression. So it'd actually rerun this whole thing, re-render all the components internals, recreate everything, recreate the DOM nodes, and do everything just because of this destructure. So running without untrack is a little bit dangerous, but we'll be smart enough in the examples we make today not to get ourselves in that trouble. But untrack is very, 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 very important. Okay, so question, is this Preact Signals core code you're modifying or solid code? It's neither. Solid is based on a framework agnostic library called DOM expressions that I showed a little bit earlier in the stream. And what it does is it's this library here. And it lets you basically make your own reactive renderer like Solid. And I'm taking Preact core and working it into a project. I just ported the Vue version. I've done this before with Vue. I guess it's worth showing. People might be interested, but like, let me see here. Which bench? Come on, where are we? Here we are. Open. Many of my libraries are actually in the JS framework benchmark. You might have seen some of them. MobX, JSX, Vue, RxJSX. Let's put vanilla in. And so like this is what we're doing today, because just kind of give you a little idea. What else is there? Knockout, JSX. Knockout. Where are you, Knockout? Knockout, JSX. Let's put solid in here too. Why not? Where is it? Solid. Yes. Okay. What I want to kind of show is that, like these versions of the renderers that aren't using their actual framework are much faster than the framework. If I just pull out the reactive system and build something like Solid's approach with it, we way outperform the original framework that are using like VDOMs and stuff, right? And this is very different than, say, taking Preact Signals and putting it in Preact. That doesn't have nearly as meaningful of an improvement. It's like very small. Where this, my hunch is, and this is why we're doing Preact, is that if we do this with Preact, it's actually going to will be way up here, essentially, like somewhere around where Vue Rx is. So that's kind of why we're building this out, because basically you eliminate the VDOM and you eliminate a whole kind of order of stuff. And it'd be interesting to see what the memory usage is like. I'm just very curious about Preact Signals in general. Yeah. Untrack does a lot of things. Untrack is like super, super important. Yeah, okay. You want to understand why this is lazy? Let's. Good question. This is solid fundamentals, so I think I want to show it just so that people understand here. Okay. If I make an object, there is something called, you can have a property here, like I don't know what we can call it, prop, whatever, equals 5, right? And if I do object dot prop, whatever, we'll just console.log, whatever. Okay, we get our 4 down here or whatever. Let's see, my screen big enough? Good. Okay, but the thing is, on objects you can also define getters, and you can go like get count or something, right? And what's cool now is it's a function, right? And if we get count and we go console.log hello, return 5, I don't really care what it is. Essentially, like, you're not going to see this hello right now. It doesn't happen until we actually access it. It basically, even though it looks like you're accessing an object, you're actually calling a function. See, look, now it's 4, hello 5. It actually calls this as a function. And this is a secret for reactivity, because reactivity, everything has to be a function. So we can use getters to make it lazy on access. This is how we make sure that we can like define an object here that's like just an object, like whatever, pass it around, and then you don't actually track reactivity until you're in an effect. Like down here, you're like pretend like in here, this instead of 5, it's like some like signal or something that you're like accessing. Now we can pass the prop object around, and then here, like pretend that's your component props. We can now call the function under the effect, so it auto tracks. So this is what I mean when I say lazy, right? It's essentially, you can turn any thing that looks like a property into a function. Essentially, you might be like, oh, why do this? Why don't you just leave it a function? And there's reasons for that. Mostly that it can like this is very fixed structure, right? Like if I access something that doesn't exist on this, well, then it's just undefined. But proxies, you can actually mutate, like change what properties are available on the object kind of dynamically, because you'll just access it and the proxy will access any property on it. Like instead, if we had like const, we're gonna cover this for a second, but instead if we had new proxy for our object, and we'll just make it whatever, and then we'll put a get method on it. It gets the the object and the property that you access. I could do something like this. Let's go return. Let's just return the property as a string. Like let's just return the name of it, right? And what I'm getting at here is if I do that, now we're console logging prop and count. I didn't actually define anything, but this get method intercepts any possible thing on here. So now we're just like returning the name of the property back. And why this is powerful is between these two, essentially, you don't always need a proxy, but proxies allow props to be dynamic, changing over time, even though you don't rerun the function. So when we do need them, you need to use a proxy. So this allows us to basically, from the end user point of view, not care whether it's a getter or a proxy, and still have that ability. Because if we made it a signal or something, like you always had to call it as a function, you start getting this weird zone with the proxy because you go does it exist, and then should I call it? It doesn't really work. So yeah, just another reason why we don't pass signals generally. I mean, there's already a number of reasons, but it just this is just another one to add to the list. Hopefully that explanation makes sense. Yeah, I mean, most of the time that's exactly what we do. We don't just return property. We'll like, in our example here, if it was prop and it had 4, but most of the time what we'd actually do is like reflect it and be like object property or something, right? And now it's going to return 4 and undefined. Like this is just a straight pass through, but we can do stuff like this in here, almost like our original example, hello, right? And then it's like hello for hello undefined. So this gives us a lot of leeway, and using this syntax lets us unify this world. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with the language when you know what to do and kind of like can leverage it. But like for us, if you've seen my reactive stuff, this is how you can track stuff. You can be like, oh, intercept get, intercept set, perhaps. Usually I have reasons I don't like intercepting set, and I don't use like the normal like proxy kind of things. Like I like unidirectional flow, but you can see the power here. Okay. All right. So let's continue on. Okay. So yeah, just showing you like the reason that we're doing this is I want to make a Preact signal renderer that's, getting close to where solid render is at. I say getting close because you've seen that I have to do all this kind of specific overheads and stuff. So even if Preact's reactivity for this use case was as performant as solid, and I don't believe it is, it's not getting a fair shot here because I have to add a bunch of features that Preact doesn't have. Preact signals don't have. So this is not like a fair shot, but so it's not about comparing Preact signals to solid. I don't expect them to be able to compete. Solid will just be better here. But just looking at what overhead like Preact's VDOM brings to the game versus just using signals straight, that's more interesting. All right, so where are we going? Okay, so yeah, this is just our component. For now, we'll keep on track how it is. Lazy. Yes, so we want dynamic imports. I love reactivity for this reason, like versus VDOM. I feel like I should probably explain this again. Undefined st. Whatever. I'm just like hijacking TypeScript. It's not gonna fine as. Yeah, this is probably because my types are actually wrong. Because it's whatever. I don't care. I make TypeScript shut up. But the thing that people don't always realize about reactivity, and maybe this is another good thing. Sorry, I know it takes me forever to get anywhere, but like. The beautiful thing about reactivities being able to start stop is that like I probably don't make this demo enough for people to get it. Like why like when I first saw suspense and stuff, I was like, yeah, who cares? Like, I mean, I got it eventually, right? But what I wanted to show is like, let's add show, okay? So we got it. I'm going to keep the counter. It doesn't really matter. We'll keep that for a second. But we're not going to use a button for this simple example. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a show component. And it doesn't really matter what it is. It could be, we could use a ternary or something. But the reason I'm going to use show is I'm going to put something like success, right? Whatever. It doesn't really matter what it is. Show when count, okay? Doesn't show it because count's 0, okay? And then instead of doing increment, let's do something like set timeout, call this count +1 after like 2 seconds or something. What am I? Yeah, something like this. Okay. Ta-da! Like, I mean, it's not surprising, but what I want to stress here is that we're going to console log like run, you know, and like, what do I want to do here? Try to like do an expression or something. Can I do like a self-calling function or something? Sometimes funny with JSX specifically because we don't get to do stuff. Let's see if this works. Console log loaded. Yeah, okay, there, perfect. See, run, loaded. What I want to emphasize here is with the reactive system, you can literally pause and resume anywhere in the program. You don't, because there's no like VDOM renderer that's like taking you through the whole thing and goes, oh, I have to re-render this component and its parents component and does this like whole thing. Like writing a lazy import is like 3 lines of code. Like I made this you know, because people like having APIs for this stuff, but like literally like a lazy component is basically this. Like you just like make this an import and you go like, when it's done, set a signal and then render the thing. And I just wanted to kind of emphasize here, like even this silly expression in here that I'm console logging, which is like, if you look at it, this is a iffy. Like I've made a function call that I'm calling myself. It's mostly because, I mean, will this work? Like, I don't know if console log is not a function. Oh, yeah, so that works too. Okay. So it doesn't really matter, like, but you see it's run and then loaded. I never really play with this because this is not an expression technically, but I guess it just works. You can apparently just console log in solid wherever. But you see that delay here. It's because it literally stops here and then continues here. And like this is just so directed that like the simplicity here is, you know, considerable. Because if we want our framework to have lazy, we literally make a signal and then on the promise return, set the signal and like, there we go. Like we just have it computed here essentially. And then I map it to a function because just the way solid or DOM expression works under the hood, but ta-da, we made a lazy component. Like literally it's like what you'd expect. It's just like a function then set signal. You know, and obviously like that kind of seems obvious that it would be like that, but try implementing lazy in a VDOM library because the component reruns and you have to know not to trigger lazy again. So there has to be like a caching mechanism or something. Like it's much more complicated, but I guess you're gonna have to take my word for it. And then we got like split props and merge props. I think these will all be easy because they just use objects. We're not going to touch those. Context. I could explain a bit how context works in one of these systems. Okay. So how's everyone doing? You guys are still with me. Sorry, I know this is heavy, but let's go here. Okay, so we're going to create a symbol. Someone asked earlier what a symbol is. It's like an identifier. It's like you could think of it kind of like a string, except the idea is that it's like unique, like symbol context not equal symbol context, like each, it's, yeah, it, but so that's why it has some importance, because if we can generate this symbol, like it doesn't matter what we call it, in this case it's context, every single one of these context symbols that gets created every time we can use context is still just context, but it's unique from other ones with the same symbol, which is just useful for patterns, like appending, like people use it, like it's used for like iterators. Like if your thing is iterable, have a symbol for iteration. It gives a way of doing a lookup against a generic term, but still lets it be like unique. There's like symbol.for and a few other things. Not going to get into it too much, but we create a symbol and we create a provider. And then the whole context trick actually, and this one looks like it doesn't have all the fixes I have in solid, unfortunately, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Remember this global context we defined earlier that has like owner and stuff, and as we create roots, we set the owner as the previous owner. As we create effects, we set the owner as the previous owner. We get this tree essentially, and whenever we get to a node in the tree where we need to look up the context, we simply just walk up the tree. We just go, oh, is there owner context? The owner context has this key. Otherwise, go up to its owner and look up against its owner and key, and just bubbles up. That's all there is to it. It just looks up that global context tree that we created earlier in the stream. Take my word for it, could have been the description of the stream. I'm trying my best to explain this stuff. I understand there's some magic here. Maybe this is like one of those streams that like someone might not get on first pass, but then they come back to it a bit later and they're like, oh, this actually makes sense for me now where I'm at. But hopefully there's some value here. All right. Just patch globals to add caching. I see what you did there. But I don't think we're going to have any need for the fetch primitive today. Okay, resolve children. This is for the children helper. You find it often in React and in different frameworks. This looks like actually bigger than the one that I use these days in Solid. But again, undefined. All right. Yeah, someone, Fuzzy said that I'm your TypeScript shaman. Honestly, I think I just can't be bothered with it for certain stuff. As long as the interface is fine, then like we'll be okay for now. At least at this stage, if I had to worry about TypeScript all the time, I'd never get any code done, like ever. Okay, create provider. Again, this is injecting a custom context, and then on the context object. So here we go. What this does, the effect actually creates a new context because that's what effects do. Oh crap! This is actually an example of a place where we actually need untracked. Do you all see the problem? Because I create an effect for the pure purpose of injecting a new context. And why do I want to inject a new context, create a new owner, separate independent one? Is because you want to have sibling contexts of the same type. If you don't create a new nested level, your siblings will write over each other because it's just a key in an object. However, Okay, we're gonna have to ditch the effect here, and create our own thing. Because the problem is, if you put an effect and you literally render all the children under the effect, bad stuff is going to happen. Because, yeah, I'm almost guaranteed this is going to be terribly, terribly bad. So we're actually going to have to change the code here. What we're going to do is we're going to manually create the context ourselves. and assume that the provider will be disposed by its parents anyways, which I think is a safe bet. So let's look at how we create. Let's just like look at the effect context training code. This, there might be a negative side effect here, but I don't think we can get away with untrack here. I think this is going to be problematic. So we want a context, this disposal context, and in our new context, or sorry, it's funny I call it context, but it's actually the globals thing. We actually want, so let's see what else. Effect code. We want to do here. Yeah, we're gonna need code that looks like essentially like this. I don't know why everything got red all of a sudden, but whatever. We'll worry about that in a minute. Okay, so instead of on track, we're gonna... We can't win, can we? Because if someone imports this component reactively, it wouldn't be untracked either. Huh. Okay, screw it. We don't use context. We don't use providers in our example, so we're gonna leave this as is. But this is not good. Probably less clear for everyone on the stream, but yeah, this is the danger. And I'm glad you see it from my perspective and see maybe some of the thought that goes in here. This is the danger with fine-grained reactivity. Like, it's too powerful, like way too powerful. And this means like passing values around, tracking stuff anywhere, two-way binding, all that stuff is just like, you're just like asking to like blow up your app. And that's what happened from 2010 to 2013. That's why when React came with, and the Flux pattern, people were like so compelled by it. They're just like, oh my God, thank you for getting rid of two-way binding. That's the worst thing ever. You fast forward like to now and people are just like, what? I think I saw Adam Rackett's post something about like how, you know, unidirectional flows is a shitty religion. And I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, the problem is, like, it's fine. You can find your constraints in other places, like in like Svelte, for example. I think two-way binding works pretty well in Svelte because, you know, it's not fine-grained. It's not composable. But like, or at least with the primitives, like the core primitives, you can use like stores to do some form of composition. But like, if you set like VDOM also is another way of setting these constraints. But once you get rid of those like guardrails, which are actually what are slowing you down, then there's potential for chaos. So a lot of work in solids and this kind of rendering was to figure out how to put the guardrails back without the performance overhead. So yeah, we're just going to leave this and worry about it later, but let's write a note. This might be terrible without untrack. Yeah. Like, I don't expect you. This is why I don't like the Hyperscript or HTML versions of the solid, because it like puts too much on the end user. You need the compiler, the tooling to kind of alleviate some of the like boilerplate, because it's easy to mess up boilerplate, right? So luckily we have tooling for it. See, in a sense, reactivity is too simple. That's why it's so powerful. It's just like, it's like literally like, here is an event that triggers when this changes. Like, but the thing is, if you're wiring this all up yourself, like there's a lot of places that could potentially go wrong. Luckily, the framework and the compiler kind of eliminates like a good chunk of it. And I think it's kind of interesting because like think of something that's really, really simple, yet people find really, really hard because of like the boilerplate. Redux is a perfect example. People familiar with Redux? And with Redux, like Redux is like really dirt simple in a sense. You're just like how hard is it to write state equals function of previous state and some action payload? It doesn't matter. It's just like any object. Like to implement Redux like as a mechanism and then have reducers call reducers, like it takes no code. There's a joke that in RxJS you can implement Redux in like one line of code. But for people trying to work in Redux classically, the problem was like there's a lot of boilerplate. So there's reducers and actions and like all these kind of awkward patterns because it's so simple that people are trying to like work around it with async and doing all this kind of stuff. And, it didn't provide a prescribed way. They're just like, it's functional composition, just add middleware or whatever. Like sometimes being too simple isn't the best thing, even though it's really powerful. Like I appreciate simpleness rather over like complexity that, is hard to explain. I'd rather have like, I don't mind if something is involved or complicated. Like there's a lot of boilerplate, like there's a lot of reducer code to do, or there's a lot of reactive primitives that you have to define, fine-grained. It's when there's that like abstraction level that hides how it works from you. That's where I have more of an issue. So it's very important to me to look at abstractions in a sense of how they can maintain that transparency so you never feel like you're too far from your escape hatches, because inevitably you will need to fall into your escape hatches. But sometimes, a little tooling can solve the Redux problem, so to speak. And I haven't used Redux Toolkit, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's really what their findings are. I am excited about the X-State Redux conversation as well. Oh, that's cool. Teach Redux by recreating it. Yeah, because it is like very, very simple. But when I tell people that Redux is simple, they like sometimes give me a weird look. It's because like maybe Redux isn't easy, and simple and easy are not the same thing. Okay, well let's keep on going. Okay, so we got create provider. Okay, this is probably the last thing and probably the most important thing. This is Solid's hyper optimized reactive map operator. You might have seen this before. It's called the for component in Solid or map array in Solid, but not everyone likes that form. And because I'm making this for Preact, maybe we will keep this as just a map function where you have to pass in a function over it. See, there's some nice ergonomic gains you get by using components because we can recognize the expression and then you don't have to wrap it. But some people insist on map, and I think it'll feel more like Preact if we use a map function in their JSX, because then it won't feel like they're like doing Solid's for loop components and stuff. So is there any problem here? Well, untrack. So how do we get around untrack? This one might actually be okay, because we need to track the list whenever the list changes. But top level, like basically all this does of not having untrack here, because we don't actually hit any of the other signals until we actually run the mapped function. So as long as someone's not like accessing stuff top level, we're not going to run into trouble. Basically, as long as you code in the perfect prescribed fine-grained way, you're not going to get hit without the untrack. So I think we're going to leave it, which means I don't know if this explanations worked for everyone, but we may have made our first Preact fine-grained render. I think we can start trying this. One of my transitions Solid was not being adverse to show or for components. Yeah. It's funny that they do and they don't. It's funny. The React community is big on this because they needed to differentiate. They're like, we're not a template DSL. We just use JavaScript, blah, blah, blah. But like the second you need complicated logic, it's like, we're also very composable and do this. Because like, yes, you can use map. But like the second you want to share pagination, you're going to make a paginated component, and error boundaries and suspense are kind of like if statements. Like, don't get me wrong. In React, they're probably much more complicated than that. Like if you saw the lazy component that we built here, you can definitely see that. Like when I say something's just an if statement, I literally mean it's just an if statement. But maybe that's a perspective that only comes from doing reactive programming where like you can literally start and stop anywhere in the middle of your tree because you're just like, is it undefined or not? You know, like just rerun with it undefined or not, just the one expression. But yeah, it's interesting. The community kind of tells you not, but then they break their own rules, sort of. Like it's like the value of that .map is kind of like a philosophy value. It's like we are just JavaScript. But like there is an easiness, practicality aspect of it where it's like, yeah, but we have components for a reason. No. Well, that's the thing. We don't need suspense to do lazy components, right? As I showed you, it's just like suspense, like you don't really, in a reactive system, you don't really re-render. So like you don't really need suspense for like in a pure sense. This is where it's called confusion, because I like suspense because it gives us orchestration knowledge and I push people to use suspense. But you can do like all the async stuff in a reactive library efficiently without stuff like suspense. But then again, you can do it with React to a certain degree, right? You can use effect and re-render that component or whatever. It's more efficient in a reactive library, but that's not why people do it. It's for orchestration and other reasons. But yes, this does not have suspense because I have not implemented suspense for these simple side libraries. But one could, but your reactive system would have to probably know about it. Yeah. But the funny thing about like ternaries over show, and I'm just going to stop on this moment for a minute, is that like I feel like you still build layout components. And I know there's layouts in like the new Next Rudder, but I don't mean like that. I mean like people build components that kind of like in a way where like conditional rendering of children is, yeah, there's a ternary inside the component, but outside you can like lay out your layout and then like parts of that layout show or display based on different criteria inside. Like to me, it's like all the same thing, but like it's like not the hill to die on, as I said. Like I think it's important to say like we just use JavaScript, but it's like the fact that you call a map function doesn't really like make it like a huge difference. Like when the map function stops being convenient because you want to make it more optimal, you stop using the map function. I think it was Adobe that was talking about like how they had array components because the map was just inefficient. It's like, why am I remapping all these DOM elements? They made their own kind of memoized loop. Like map is just like the baseline, but it's never going to be the best line. Is that even a sentence? Whatever. Yeah. TSX doesn't know how to handle conditional rendering of children, and I'll concede to that. But doing anything for TypeScript's sake is a hard pill to swallow when it stops you from doing incredibly powerful things. Okay, so where are we at? We're at a point now where we think this probably works, so let's make a few test apps and confirm that. So I guess this is our last chance to change the name. Are we going with Preact RX-JSX? Like is this what we're doing? I don't know. Any comments from the chat here? Give you guys a moment to think about this. Ship it? Yeah, I mean, watch this already be taken on thing. Like someone beats us to it, like, because I'm on stream and they're like, ha ha ha. Yeah. And actually, I probably should push up a repo at some point too, but for now, we're just going to get on NPM. Let's, I can't remember. Let's NPM run build and see if this all builds. There's an error. No such folder as Preact RSS types. Why not? That's what we're building. Okay. So my script. Okay, let's. Where is it? Where's this types folder? It wants it in. Let's make a new folder and call it types. Let's see if it just, like I told you, this is going to be a little bit rough. Haha. It's because my build process is not smart enough to handle the types folder being missing. But this looks legit here. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep with the consistent name. I know I asked for name titles and I'm just like dismissing them all, but yeah, Reactix, Preactix. That's fun. P React X. There's always like this X element to like reactive libraries. Like mobs MobX might have done it first, but there's also RX. But yeah, I don't know if anyone remembers. MobX used to be called Mobservable, like M observable. I think it was created at like Mendix or something. So it was like literally like M observable, Mobservable. I'm pretty sure this is already a library. Preact signals need on track. Yeah. Yeah, the JavaScript is just to get around a weird import type thing. I'm not the best TypeScript developer. I think anyone who watches this stream understands that. Apparently, I'm some people's TypeScript hero, but probably because of how like if TypeScript gets in my way at all, I'm just like go away TypeScript. Anyway, yeah, let's just ship this. It looks like the build is good. I don't have any tests. Oh, peer dependencies. Let's get Preact Signals in there and make it, I don't know, because they might break stuff on us. We're gonna squiggly it to this range, like in the 1.2s. I'm assuming that they're not gonna break it in the 1.2 range. Okay, so let's just make sure everything is happy. What do we get here? Client. This looks believable. HD, yeah, looks good. Just looking at the types just to make sure. This is kind of like a sanity check for me. Let's look at the dist folder. I don't even know what this is. I don't remember adding this hyperscript symbol. So I think someone did this in a PR. Probably Joe Pia, True Skater. All right, template literals looks good. See, look, this is all the extra code that template literals needs on top of stuff to get it working. You save all this by using JSX. Hyperscript isn't as bad. Indexed, and this is our core runtime. Yeah, 800 lines of code. Nice. Okay, actually, no. What? We have a problem, actually. Do you know what the problem is? First of all, this is a problem. Cycle detected. Okay. I think what we're missing is we have to tell our rollup config to exclude eternalize stuff from Preact, right? Preact signal core. We don't actually want it to get pulled in. I'm glad we inspected this because that would have been nasty. Preact signal core. Hopefully I got that right. We'll double check that in a second. But we need to actually exclude this from the build because even those sizes seemed a little bit too big. Let's try running this again. All right, is that better? What is this? Is this just something Preact does for fun? I've never seen this. What is I? Who calls I? Like, let's see if I is called from a function anywhere. It's like inside this code. This is very interesting. Yeah, so these all import from index, so I'm not expecting them to be any difference on code size. They're like basically just straight ports of our TypeScript. But this one has some code getting added here that I am not sure where it is coming from. Because what I was expecting is the import statements from Preact, but they're not getting externalized the way that I was hoping they were. Because like there should be like an import import, let's look, there should be an import statement in here because we said in our rollup, we're like Preact Signal core. Did I spell it wrong? Should be external and not part of our build. Preact Signal core. Oh, it's Signals core. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. I'm just gonna double check that. Yeah, Signals core. Thank you. Thank you. This is rollup 2. I'm not updating my build tools and take a chance of stuff going wrong. There we go. That is better. It's not signal core, it's signals core. And just a sanity check, let's make sure I don't have signal core anywhere else. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, let's build this again. All right. Now let's look at our dist. Beautiful. Import from Preact. And then our 800 or so lines of code to make this all work. All right. All right, so I think we are now finally good to publish. Secretly hoping that I debug rollup 3 on stream. Yeah, no, I haven't got the chance to play with it. I'm a huge fan of rollup in general. It's really smart and really fast. All that cool dead code elimination, tree shaking stuff. To my knowledge, from my experience trying different libraries, rollup does it better than anyone else. Better than ESBuild. Better than. It's a reason Vite still has rollup in the thing. It just produces the best bundles. It's just a really good library. It's so funny because like when these new build tools come out and everyone's like it's 10 times faster and all this stuff and I'm like, yeah, but can it make it as small as rollup? I'd take 1,000 times slower if it can make if it gets rollups output versus something else. Like I don't ultimately, yeah, build time matters to you, matters to your devs or whatever, but end user, rollup makes the difference. Anyway. But as you can tell, I'm kind of allergic to tools, so which is kind of funny. All right, let's just give this the good old npm publish. We'll get there, just not yet. Let's give this the old npm publish. All right. Preact RX-JSX version 0.01 has been released. Let's try one of my, it takes a slightly different config than Solid. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fork one of my code sandbox demos as our first test to see if like that this works in like a hello world scenario. All repositories, no. Where am I? I want my drafts. No, I want my sandboxes. MobX demos. Let's use Vue. Vue is probably the most similar. And this is an auto interval counter that counts up, just like the classic one. And this is a good example because, as you know, components don't re-render. So this is like the classic difference here. So let's fork this. Where is it? Fork sandbox. And make a Preact JSX counter. Get rid of the fork because it's no longer forked. It's its own thing. And then we're going to get rid of these two suckers. And we're going to bring in at Preact / signals core. And we're going to bring in Preact RX JSX. Oh, there's a Preact JSX something else, but let's bring in this one. No, that is not right. You probably just don't have it because it's too new. Let's add it. It's Preact RX JSX version 0.01. Hopefully it can resolve this. Let's see if it's on npm. Preact RX JSX. I forgot to change the README. Oh. We'll get back to the README. That's funny. I should at least change the title, right? But then I have to publish it again. Yeah, we'll worry about this later. Okay, so yeah, okay, so it's published. So is Code Sandbox gonna find it? Let's. Okay, let's remake our counter. So now we need from Preact we need a signal here, right? So it's like Preact Signals core. We need a signal. And then we need render and cleanup from Preact RxJSX. And then if we save all this and everything works, wait, okay, there's no ref, there's signal. Code Sandbox is dumb sometimes. Could not find view RxJSX. Oh, Babel. Babel plugin JSX DOM expressions. You guys don't have to do this with Solid, but here we actually have to say where our module name is coming from. And if everything worked well, we have a working counter. And just to prove that this is solid style awesomeness and not VDOM, we're gonna refresh this sucker, counter logs once, thing keeps updating. All right, so that's cool. All right, so it just worked first try. Okay, well, thank you, TypeScript. I can see how TypeScript helps refactoring, especially when you're allowed to ignore it. It like showed me all the places where I had to put like as unknown as any. So that helped a lot. Okay. Okay, cool. So what we're gonna do next is, well, yeah, I don't know about break it, but we're gonna benchmark it, aren't we? Like, why would we do this if we're not gonna make the JS framework benchmark with it? Yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't actually hate types, and I've used types languages for large portions of my career. I dislike TypeScript, largely, and it's don't get me wrong. It's a good thing to exist. I am glad that we can have types in JavaScript and have a contract and have like I'm glad that like what it allows people to do, and it makes your life way easier and all that stuff. The challenge from where I sit is TypeScript is not JavaScript. It's not like a superset as much as people like to do it. It's more like a subset, which is fine. But sometimes being a subset is awkward. Just because there's like certain things that are like hard to express, you want to do differently, and then it's like, oh, but TypeScript. So as long as you can kind of like, the fact that you can bail out makes it actually a superset and not a subset. But like strictly typed TypeScript is a subset of JavaScript, not a superset of JavaScript. That's the best way to put it. So it's like, I've used other type languages and been like perfectly fine with them. I just don't like you're taking something really dynamic and then like you're trying to force it and it just like doesn't always line up. That's where life gets hard. So I guess that's like, if you want to do everything in TypeScript that's possible in JavaScript, then there's going to be places where you just have to bail out. So it's knowing when to do that and when to invest the time that I think is the skill there. I think the net positive TypeScript is super positive. So it's not like I like hate it. I just like poking fun at it because there's a lot of people who are like really zealous about it, and I'm just like, you guys are so easy to poke fun at. But the truth of the matter is like it is a very good thing. Build your projects in TypeScript. Do your projects in TypeScript. Me as a library author, it's like I feel the pain more often, but then I do the work, and then you get good types, and then everyone's happy. So the only person who has to feel my pain is me, and you guys can go do great things with TypeScript. Yeah, Hacker News is mainly just like a data loading kind of exercise metaframing thing. Right. So like, yeah, I'm sure you all appreciate the types that we put into Solid and how you can use them and stuff. Like, I don't get me wrong. It's just like sometimes I'm just like, oh man, if especially like also like when I'm coding or live streaming, like when stuff gets in my way, it, you know what I mean? Like it's like that's not what I want to deal with. You know, it's like right place, right time sort of thing. So anyway, Preact JSX counter works. Let's do something more substantial. Let's see if we can get the JS framework benchmark going. And this is kind of cool because I just so happen to be on a branch that I also have Preact Signals, and whatever this will be. So we'll be able to compare all three versions of Preact in the same benchmark, so to speak. And I think that is kind of cool. So let's see if I can get a new window open and get some stuff going. Sometimes I do have to watch because like Chrome updates and then the benchmark doesn't work and then I have to do like some stuff. I'm probably a little out of date too because I'm on a branch. I made the Preact Signal implementation, but then it got pulled because it wasn't ready. There was a memory leak, and then I fixed it, and then I was like, okay, so we good to go. And then Jason and the Preact team were like, no, we're gonna do our own submission pretty soon. That was 5 weeks ago, which is fine. So I just got this branch that I'm playing with. I'm sure it'll get submitted at some point. So we'll just kind of play in here. Because as I said, I'm not in a place where I like care to get into that with anyone. I'm just gonna, we'll just build our experiments here. I've been playing with Quicken here as well. I'm sure they will have a version of this framework benchmark eventually as well. So let's just, I'm trying to think of what I want to start with. I feel like I feel like the theme today is actually copy view or the view version and then like port it across. The only downside is this view version probably hasn't been updated in a while. Let's see, what version is it on? Is it on version 3? No, it's on version 2. So, that's fine. Let's just copy this across. No, I made the official thing, but it got pulled because of the memory leak. Like it wasn't supposed to be merged. I made a draft version and I was like, hey, this is, I think, how we would do it. Let's get that bug fixed. I think I found a bug, and then we'll submit it. But Stefan, the thing, the like maintainer, was so eager. He just saw the Preact thing and he's like, let's bring it in, and it wasn't ready yet. So then we had to pull it, and then I was kind of like, I asked the team, I was like, so can we go with this now that the bug's fixed? And they were like, no, we'll do our own version. So that's why I have it still, and it hasn't been added officially. Yeah, I will definitely upload the code as well. I have to update the README as along with this. So let's just copy this. Let's see if we can get a working JS Framework benchmark. JS Framework benchmark, I love it. I mean, I've done so many implementations. I did the Svelte 3 one. I did one of the vanilla ones. Like you can just kind of go in here, and it's not very hard. Oh, to do this. Let's see here. Let's paste this in here, and we're just gonna call this one. What do we call this one? Nope. Rename. Preact. The one thing I'm gonna have to watch out for is untrack type stuff might catch us on the way, because I'm like, if you've ever seen my code, I write knowing to the optimizations, so like untrack stuff might actually get us here. So let's see what we need here. Blah blah blah. Actually looks like there's a bunch of weird, there might be some weird specific stuff that we did with, I don't really care. It'll probably still be fine. Let's switch this around. So we need 34, not 12 is a, let's just do 34 hat. And let's do, I don't care, roll up version. This is probably fine, but these are the ones that I want to update. I want to get Preact Signals core version 1.21, I think it is. Well, actually, let's try. If 2.2 works, we should run with 2.2, and then Preact RX 0.01. I don't know. You guys are talking about something about Astro in the chat. I'm not quite following. CLI kit. Are you creating Astro? This is of course Astro with a solid integration, right? All right. Where are we? Okay, and we're gonna get the version of our package from Preact RX JSX. So this is just some. I'm just getting stuff out of the way. So let's go cd frameworks keyed Preact RX JSX. Let's npm install it. Well, while this is going, let's look at the source code. I mean, it's not much of this is going. And let's take a look at what we're doing here with this benchmark. If you've never looked at the JS framework benchmark, it is relatively simple. It's literally just one big table. What are we doing here though? Huh. That's interesting. Oh, interesting. I actually don't think this version is the best one to go off of. Huh. There's something interesting. Vue has refs, but the refs turn into proxies if you go deep. So they actually they have shallow refs specifically to tell you like this is not a nested proxy. But Vue kind of tried to auto merge them together. So if you start with a ref, it actually turns into a store in solid syntax as you nest data, which lets them write it fine grained in a certain way because we can actually let's look at the update. I'm actually adding it and it actually works. This will not work with Preact Signals the same way. We actually need to do it a little bit more like the Preact Signals implementation that I did, where we're going to actually nest signals to get those fine-grained updates, which is important. So I'm going to play around with this a little bit. So we're going to pull this from here into this one, change the build data function. Okay, and then we're going to update our imports. So this is Preact Signals core. We're going to get a signal from it. And from Preact RX JSX, we're going to get render, map, and create selector. That looks good. Okay, cool. All right, so now we're going to nest our signals. So the reason is each label can be updated independently of the list, and we want to get those fine-grained updates. We're going to do this. Okay, so here the data is a ref or a signal. Let's see here. Sorry, this is all in JS, not TypeScript. It's pretty par for the course for this stuff. So these are going to be signals, and the data is going to be signaled with signal in it. And then is selected. We're actually seeing the selector in action here. See, this is the stuff I got to watch out for, because untrack is if I do this untrack, if this was reactive, this would track and that would mess with stuff. But ID is not reactive because we did not explicitly make it a signal. So that is fine. All right. It's an interesting aesthetic I chose for this version. We're actually create the map out here and then inserted it here. It's really just a matter of choice though. And then I actually put the helper functions on the end. It doesn't actually make any difference. It's just, it's very interesting why I chose this form. Okay, let's look at how we update. Because, okay, this is good, this is good. The problem is some of the more fine-grained updates are going to be more challenging. For run lots, and add, they are essentially going to be the same. Run lots. Oh yeah, this is an older time when I used to set selected to false. We don't actually need to do this. I'm kind of tempted to just like wrap this back around into my current best patterns. It's not even current best patterns. It's just typical Ryan code, right? Just kind of like do. I think we can actually take the Preact Signals implementation and actually just copy it across for the mutation, because the state management between the Preact version and the solid or the DOM expressions like the one we made today should actually be the same. It's just that the view rendering should be way more efficient with what we did today than using Preact's VDOM. So technically speaking, I think it's just a matter of just adding these in here. Okay, there's a couple other differences that I'm seeing right now. We'll look at that in just a second. So run lots. Okay, so run is just build data. Run lots is build more data. Add is append. Update goes through and updates the nested signal. See how it goes label dot value? Like it's like nested. Swap rows looks good. Clear looks good. So our question is, what's the difference between selecting and removing a row? If you guys haven't seen the benchmark yet, this might not make a ton of sense, but it will in a minute. Yeah. I guess you wrote this before I did copy and paste it. But yeah, yeah, exactly. Like the state management part should actually be the same. So it's the per row stuff that I'm mostly concerned with. So everything below here can just go away essentially, but missing a closing. Okay, but okay. So remove gets an ID, and that should be the same idea here. Remove gets an ID, it's the same idea here. Slice. Okay. Select is handling different here, because there is no select being called. There is an is selected essentially. Set selected. But I think I can just call it select. And I think the only reason it wasn't select before was because it selected. Sorry, this is like a verb kind of thing. So it's select, remove. Select sets the ID to the selected ID. Remove removes it. And then, yeah, that's all that's doing. And then we don't need any of this. And then our code looks way cleaner. This almost looks like Solid's implementation. It's like pretty tight, right? Let's get correct indentation for the rest of this and double check that the Preact Signals version uses select the way that I got it right, because in the JSX it's just select. In the Preact Signals version I'm using like function closures. In this version I can use Solid's very smart or it's not Solid's DOM expressions, very smart way of using array syntax on clicks as a binding method that doesn't create closures, which is a nice performance update improvement. Okay, so I think that's all we need. Let's see if this actually builds, right? Yeah, so our arrays, sorry, I said array syntax. Because it's like a binding syntax. It calls select with this row ID, but it saves us from making a closure on every single list element. Okay, so let's try this. npm run build prod. Okay. What's this missing global variable name? What is that missing global variable name? View-rx. Oh, I keep on forgetting the important part. We got to update the Babel plugin to use our library. There we go. No more globals. Okay. Dist looks relatively good. Okay. All right. Let's just try running this. So Yeah, we got 3 windows open. That's usually the way I run these things. This one will just run in, okay, actually I did it a little backwards. Let's get back out of here. In the root, we run npm start, and this will start up our server. This is where I was building stuff, and then this is where we run the benchmark if we ever get to that point. I don't know if I want to run it on stream while streaming. I'm sure it'll cripple things a certain way, but let's see here. Let's go to localhost 8080 and see if our framework is there now. So it's frameworks keyed, not Preact Signals, but Preact RX JSX. Okay, got to remember to change the title. Can we create 1,000 rows? Yes, we can. Can we select a row? Yes, we can. Can we remove a row? Yes, we can. Can we swap rows? Yes, we can. Update every 10th row isn't working. Okay, let's try that. Again, update every 10th row. Okay, that one's broken. Can we append? Let's see. Yes, we can. Can we create 10,000 rows? I think we can. That looks like 10,000 rows. Actually, how many rows is that? 12,000 rows. Oh yeah, oh, it's not. It's just because we started from 2,000. Okay, so update to every 10th isn't working, but everything else is working. Okay, so that's good. It's mostly working library. Okay, let's go back to our code and see what we got going on. Okay, so a couple things here. First of all, let's go to the index and change this to Preact RX JSX. Let's go inside our main, and I think it shows up one more time. Once in the title and once in the rendered HTML, I think. Yeah, Preact RX JSX. Okay. Next thing we need to figure out is why our update function does not work. And our update function is simply going through for each label, appending the plus equal value to it, which looks like it should work. Okay. See if we can figure that out. Because that's interesting. Because we did actually copy this code straight from the previous Preact Signals version. Okay. Let's sanity check the... Actually, you know what we can do? Let's go to the previous Preact Signals version and go to... Let's update that to... Why is it? Oh, okay. It's interesting. It's only 1.1.2, but let's update that to 1.1.2 and see if we blow out the package JSON. Like, I just want to make sure that it still works with the latest for there. Okay, actually, sorry, cd js. Didn't mean to backed out of the wrong window. Let's go ... to Preact Signals, and let's npm and then npm build prod. All right, start our server up again, and just sanity check that like nothing weird has changed with it itself. Let's go to Preact Signals index.html. Okay, that one is updating. Okay, so there's nothing. Okay, so this is something specific to our implementation. Okay, sweet. Preact RX JSX index.html. Still spitting out view, but that's because I haven't rebuilt it. Okay. And actually, so that we can debug it, I'm gonna run build in dev mode. Run build dev, I think. Okay. This way, we will actually be able to debug the code while it runs. Okay, Preact RX JSX, sanity check. Yeah, okay, cool. So what's going on? Where are we losing stuff here? All right. Okay, so first thing we've got to look for is the update function. Does the update function get called? All right. It does. So what happens when I'm in here and I set... Oh yeah, this is actually one fun thing. Preact likes to ship minified source all the time. It's probably a way that I can alias it out of it, but their default is minified. I always rely on the bundler to do it, but yeah. There's a comment about this. I mean, yeah, I mean, you could view it that way, but I mean, again, a lot of people just use it for convenience. It's a nice binding syntax for being able to pass arguments through. VS Code have it read only. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. That's a good question. Something I might consider for the future. My biggest problem is I don't trust being able to figure out stuff with tooling at all. So what is happening here? The fact that we're getting into here is interesting because they're actually leaving very quickly here, which is interesting because it looks like, oh no, they're not leaving. Okay, never mind. This might actually be harder to debug than I thought. Okay, so anyways, we're getting the value. That's not the one I want. I want to know what happens when you click into this one. I mean, I guess one thing we could do is we could... Yeah, check this out. It's returning the previous... It's not... Okay, it's returning the previous value. Okay, let's see what happens. Now we go into set. It does append it. Okay, good. Okay, let's keep on going. I know I'm trying to debug minified code here. So it's setting some flags on it. I'm gathering this is telling it now that it's like dirty or something. And then finally call T. Well, what's T? T is like, all right. Yeah, I mean, I'm not making a ton of sense of what I'm seeing anymore because we're in like super minified zone. Yeah, they definitely do because we actually intercepted the getter and the setter, right? So the problem is if we're not seeing an update here, it's not on the setting side because we actually see it intercept the getter and setter. Like this is definitely happening. The problem is that the tracking for it is not like this row.label. I mean, I guess we could attack it from that side and see what's going on, but this row.label is not doing what I expect it to be doing. Because it should be just, we should have a subscription at this point that should update. But it's going to be hard to see that running through the minified code. Like, I'm not... Like, trying to map back to this is going to be tricky because what I'm expecting here during the set is that it actually notifies some kind of subscribers. But, like, without knowing Preact's internals, it's going to be hard to actually figure out if it, like, about that notification of subscribers, right? Because right now it's just sending flags. Yeah, I mean, this is not going to do it. So... Interestingly, though, it does look like it's running our effect. In fact, it looks like it's calling a cleanup function right now. So let's go up a level. Where is this? Yeah, okay. Something's rerunning, right? We're into our code. Why is it running selected? Oh, right, it's grouped. This is classic. Okay, this is actually good. Grabs it. Okay. V2. Okay. 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 I see what's happening. The DOM expression's referential check is failing because it's the same reference that has changed. The question is, how does the old value still... Okay, this is interesting. Okay, I get what's wrong now. I just need to figure out why this is happening. Essentially, it's already updated the previous value by the time it gets here. But the previous value should be... Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, someone actually wrote it in chat, didn't they? They found the problem. That's exactly the problem. I don't know why I didn't hit this on the view one, because this would be the same problem in the view one as well. If you think about it, this is exactly what the problem is. This row dot label, like, it should be row dot label dot value. In the view one, like, we didn't copy this over from, unless we did. Yeah, I don't know. That is the problem, though. I'm almost positive that's the problem. It's the reference to the signal is the same, but we don't want the signal. We want the value, right? All right, let's do this. Create 1,000, update every 10th row. Works. All right, we got a working benchmark. Thank you for whoever in chat figured that out. Yeah. I'm like really curious now about the view one, because it's like, sorry, I didn't mean to open Discord. Ugh. Quit Discord. Okay. Like, view rx JSX source main. Oh, do you know why it's not in the view one? It's because we're only using a deep ref. So you don't need to reference the dot value deeply when you're in view. Like, if you start with a ref, you go something dot value, and then everything below that's a proxy. That's why. That's why. And in the Preact version, we don't see it because Preact actually wants you to pass a signal, which has a whole other load of concerns around that. But there we go. Okay, cool. So then I think we're good then. I think what we should do is let's just play this fair, right? What we're gonna do is we're gonna build prod with this, and then what we're gonna do. And okay, let's double check that still works, right? Sanity check our work is always a good idea. And then what we're gonna do, update every 10th row. Yeah, okay. I think what we're gonna do here then is, okay, we're gonna run vanilla, Preact, and Preact Signals all in a and this, all 4 versions in here. And this is going to take a couple minutes, so we're going to chat through some other stuff. But I think the benchmark's in a good place. So I think what we can do is Preact Signals, Preact RX, and I'll do a vanilla as a thing. So we got our builds good. We're running on the port, and then we're going to do, come on, npm. I'm like so lazy. Run bench. Not all of these, because that would take us forever. We're gonna do Preact Signals, I'm gonna leave solid out. We all know where solid sits these days. It's about like 109, 108. There's a bad run on the recent one, but it's, let's see here. Preact Signals and then keyed Preact RX JSX. Let's see if this will run. Beautiful. Okay. So we're going to let it do its thing for a moment. How's everyone doing? It's fun. All right. Let's see how Twitch chat is doing. No, nothing new on Twitch chat. But you guys are all still there. Surprisingly good numbers staying up with Twitch. It's actually the YouTube people that are dropping off. Oh, that's crazy. It actually switched the benchmark to my other window. Well, because I had focus on it. That's probably gonna screw stuff up. Oh man. Well, good I know that. Yeah, we can take a moment's breath here. Yeah, so is this a new Preact feature? Signals are a new Preact feature. In September, they added support for reactive system, kind of similar to what we have in Solid. And they use it in a VDOM in a very interesting way. They figured out a way to kind of like hyper optimize certain types of operations by passing a signal all the way through to the VDOM, and then the VDOM treats the signal almost like a micro component and like updates that. So I thought it would be interesting to see if we could just take Preact signal representation and just rip out the VDOM and then just make it like just like pure solid style. When's the next JS discussion coming is a good question. Soon. This is the end of this piece, and then we're going to switch into This Week in JavaScript and talk about other stuff that's been going on. But this is kind of like the highlight of us doing it. We were successful. I'm going to push the code up. It'll be a repo and whatnot. But for now, I got to update the README and whatnot. But for now, it looks like we have a working version. I love when you run stuff like this. Like, just check out how like fast it runs. Like, even with like 10,000 rows this is a 1,000 row one. But like even with this number of rows, yeah. This Week in JavaScript is going to be fun. I'm actually, I was tempted to just drop this whole Preact signal thing and just spend the whole time talking about, various stuff around This Week in JavaScript. But I decided I wanted to do something. Like, I was pretty tired and I was like, maybe I'll do a shorter stream. But no, I figured that it'd be fun to actually build this out. And admittedly, this takes a few minutes to run through everything. So, it is what it is. But I think it's worth it. We're just kind of just see the results. Okay, yeah, great question. Sorry, I'm the only reason I'm not highlighting the questions on the channels because when I switch focus, the benchmark gets messed up. But someone's asking what's the difference between keyed and non-keyed, and the difference there is that it's the same reason why you include, if you've ever used React and you've included the key property, it's for this reason. There's two different ways to look at the DOM when you're rendering in a framework and you're like managing lists. One way of thinking about it is that each, like the DOM elements are tied to the data model, like they own it. And what's nice about that approach is that if the DOM actually persists any state, like animations or anything, like the DOM nodes live and die with that data model. And that's why you key. You go like, for this ID, these are the DOM elements it owns. If this model with this ID goes away, then get rid of those DOM elements. The other view is like, if you have a bunch of DOM elements on the page and you're just changing, like you have a list and you're changing which items are at which location, well, instead of like moving the items physically around, like I actually do a better explanation of keyed versus non-keyed in a previous stream that I probably have to go dig out. But like the other view is, you have to understand, sorry, I skipped ahead a bit, but if you tie the model to the DOM elements, that means if you move the elements around in the list, they actually need to move the DOM elements around. But the other view is like, look, I already have a bunch of lists, like list items in front of me. If I change the DOM elements, I can just replace the data and update like the data fields and not move the DOM elements on the page. And that's what non-keyed is. You basically kind of like, when new data comes in, you just hijack the DOM elements that are already present. This can be more performant because you're not like doing as much sometimes layout calculation or CSS calculation type stuff. But it means that like if one element was transitioning and now it's on new data, like it's still transitioning, like you don't have that guarantee. There's also other interesting things that are kind of semi thing, like focus and like things that are related to like the DOM that keeps state that this app state doesn't represent. Web components are another fun one. There's like a lot of edge cases here where essentially we generally recommend that things should be always keyed because you don't want to like get into this weird zone. And for benchmarks, keyed is definitely the one that like is harder to optimize for, because like that's why there's like large list reconciliation functions. If everything was non-keyed, you could literally just like iterate over and like update the values, and then if the list's longer, add a few at the end. If the list is shorter, drop off the ones on the end. And but the hard part is actually doing keyed. Like if you actually swap items in keyed, you actually have to like figure out the least amount of moves. You don't want to like bubble sort your DOM when you sort. You don't want like every element to move one at a time down the page. You want to do the minimal amount of DOM operations. So that's what we benchmark here. So in a sense, like I pretty much ignore non-keyed even exists. Like when someone releases something and it's like only non-keyed, I don't even register it because it's like it's a cool optimization, but it's like not terribly practical. But I mean, different frameworks have different opinions here. Obviously, React always annoyingly goes, you need that key. But the on the other hand, like frameworks like Vue or Svelte need the key just as much, but they don't actually like push you to it. They're just like their default is actually non-keyed, and then you have to actually opt into a key, which to me seems like an insane default, but like that's just like how they roll. So it's interesting to me, definitely, that kind of split. But I think a lot of that actually has more to do with like the easy versus simple mentality versus like the progressive mentality, less than any technology thing. I remember someone, I forget, a little while ago was like, my favorite thing about Svelte is you don't need keys. Well, and it's like, sorry to break it to you, that is not true. Like, it's, what I mean? Like, it leads to misinformation, which makes it harder to teach. Keyed is the default for React, and every VDOM author that I've ever talked to defaults to keyed. For some weird reason, Svelte and Vue don't default to keyed. For Vue? Oh, does Vue scream about it too? Okay, well then I take that back. Sorry, to my knowledge, Vue didn't scream about keyed, at least not originally. At the time of the benchmarks like this were originally made, Vue was all like, basically was like, like everyone made the benchmark with Vue non-keyed because like that was just the way they did it. And then people saw the performance difference, and then we had to standardize. It was actually largely, Vue is one of the first frameworks that actually was the one on the non-keyed side, and we had to learn to differentiate. But that could have been just implementation. If Vue screams, then I'm fine. Then I guess it's just Svelte. But if you read the docs for Svelte, they actually like warn you a little bit. They're like, hey, you probably should provide a key. But a lot of like misinformation kind of goes around. Someone wanted to talk about resumability. You're right. This is a good time to talk a little bit about resumability. But to be fair, I don't know if it's going to be in a context that everyone fully gets. Most of my revelations around resumability have been more about just looking at like how much or how little of it you can do. And for those who aren't familiar with resumability, that's probably a hard topic to broach if I just kind of like jam right into it. But yeah, for those who don't know, resumability is this idea that you can render on the server, basically serialize the whole app state, including the framework internals, and then when it starts up again, you don't actually have to run pretty much any code. Like there's no hydration. And I think that's interesting. And I think the tricky part is like that could be a huge serialization cost. So usually it's like combined with some ability to, sorry, did I say hydration? I mean serialization cost. Yeah. It's usually combined with some ability to like identify which parts of the code would never need to run on the browser. And that way you can just remove the serialization for that code. So I've been trying to focus on this problem specifically because Quick has kind of popularized resumability, talking a lot about lazy loading, and I think that a lot of the constraints change when you get rid of lazy loading. But one of the challenges and things I've been kind of thinking on because of some of my conversations is if you're going to serialize the internal app state, like reactivity, it becomes kind of challenging if people in their primitives put non-serializable values, like in their signals or in their computeds. Like that's probably like the problem is if you depend on a system where it's kind of like all or nothing, like you need to serialize everything, then like you can't have exceptions. And the way something like Quick gets around it is that they aren't actually fine-grained, is the best way I can put it. Like essentially they are finer grained than components, but they aren't like purely fine-grained. So essentially when you have something that's wrapped in a $sign in Quick, that's the boundary at which serialization happens. It makes it an interesting challenge because composing primitives in Quick requires you to basically make your own $sign things. Like making your own hooks is actually a bit involved, but it means that there's this clear boundary. And I was thinking there for a bit, I was like, oh man, that is kind of challenging because what if one thing can't be serialized? Do you throw away the whole system? Right. And so as I mentioned, Mishka's pretty proud of this things Quick and serialized. Yeah. And there's definitely I work on the Marco team, which also does resumability. And there's a large list, and there's hard ones, and there's other ones that require a little cleverness. The biggest thing is most of the tricky ones involve the notion that you can't completely serialize everything. Like there are things that aren't serializable, and even the hard ones aren't serializable in the pure sense of serialization. What you end up doing is you figure out the minimal amount of stuff you can serialize, and have it reference to some piece of the code. Like when Mishko says he serializes a function or a closure or whatever, he means that you look at a function, look at all the variables that are used in the scope that aren't defined inside that scope, give them a location in the serialization tree, and then also in that serialization tree, record the location of that function so that when you can basically pull that data and basically continue from where you left off when you're in the client. But it's important to understand that like the function itself isn't serialized. It's part of the code. We actually have serialized data and code as part of the serialization. Like they reference each other. And so I was kind of like stumbling on this a bit at it because like we also hit this a bit with Marco. Marco was like, well, if we analyze the reactive graph, most of the stuff doesn't have to be serialized. And I started thinking a bit more on that, and I think they're right a bit because here's the thing. A lot of Quick's necessity for serializing comes down to boundaries, and because all these boundaries have $signs, everything at the $sign boundary has to serialize because they lazy load the code. But if all the code is available to you from the top, and I don't mean all the code, because if you've seen Solid's recent demos with partial hydration, server components, and all of that, you start realizing that like maybe like if something isn't serialized, it's actually okay. It just means it needs to run. It needs to run. So essentially, if something isn't serializable on the client or on the server, it could just be a deopt rather than like a blocker. And I think this is especially true for something like derived values and memos. And I know I'm speaking like super vaguely abstract, technical here while this is going on. You're probably like not visualizing it, but the thing is, memos can generally be lazy. And if you're working, and while we do them eagerly, as we saw for the rendering here, if everything's already rendered, I don't think I think it's okay to push off the memos until like later when you have to run that effect for the first time. So as long as you serialize stuff in such a way that the signal can trigger the effects, I think you can pull all the memos out. Like we have a push-pull system, pull, and from that point, if it's cached, good. If it's not cached, well, then you have to recalculate it. And I think because it's lazy like that, it should be possible with a combination of stuff like partial hydration not to ship all the code that needs to be there, because like if something could never, like if it's never read in an effect, then it never needs to be there, kind of deal. Okay, sorry, I know I'm talking. I'm talking a little bit out there, but yeah, it gave me a lot of time to kind of think through this kind of zone of problem. What's the impact of having high serialization costs? It's a good question. It slows down server rendering. Like if you see my crazy death demo, it can slow down, on the Hacker News, like when you have like all those comments, it can slow down server rendering significantly. So it's not just a matter of shipping less JavaScript. You also want to save on serialization costs. So yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot because we've attacked this a little differently. Like we started with server components, and I actually, as soon as I get my mouse back, so to speak, here, and we kind of sum up on this, I wouldn't mind showing you some of the latest stuff that Nikhil has been doing, because he literally have server components pretty much implemented now, like in completion. I mean, there's still some like small gaps, and like we need to get streaming and like that, but like we from like a pure like here you make a demo, I make a demo perspective, we can do the same thing. Like we even have like the nested routing and all, like basically everything in Next 13. We didn't do the cache thing they did, where they patch global fetch. That's a whole other topic. Maybe we talk about a little bit later, but like the mechanics around doing partial replacement of server components around components and data refresh and single post, like a lot of really cool stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's still experimental and we're working the APIs and stuff. So I'm not going to say like, go out today, we have the React server components, but if once we merge in the stuff on some of these experimental branches and kind of consolidate on the APIs, I'd say we'd have an experimental version where any of you could build the exact same sort of apps that you could with React server components, with Solid Start. Michael's writing some stuff here. Let's see. Marco has a similar deopt in the current version, VDOM islands. If a data is received through tag parameters from a stateful child, that parent becomes the island root rather than the child. Because today Marco doesn't serialize the body content. Soon though. Yeah, it doesn't serialize a function to render body content. Yeah, that's an interesting problem too. I was talking to Mishko a bit, and he like when you're like Marco or Quick, where you could automatically make the islands, like automatically know the boundaries. It's very important that like when people do stuff like pass render props, like functions that render, that you have a way of like scaling it back, like deopting back up the tree, because you're like you need to handle that case, like because when I was talking to Misko about him serializing functions, and he's like, yeah, because you can pass render props, to something that's otherwise basically not going to be needed, like, and I was like, but if you pass a render prop, like a function that renders to a component, that render prop is going to run in the client. You're shipping that JavaScript. And he's like, yeah, but like, that's the expectation. Like essentially, like you could be in some code that's like server only and have like a component that basically needs to go to the client. And then if you don't pass a render prop, then that child will be server only. But if you do, then it automatically goes to the client. And like, that's kind of automation stuff like Marco has, like Michael was just saying. And you need to do that because people aren't explicitly putting the islands in. Okay, it looks like our benchmark finished. But like, what you can, hopefully it makes sense. At least what I was suggesting here is that if you have explicit islands like Astro or like React Server components, then you can kind of just say like, no, sorry, at this boundary you can't do that, right? And it's not it doesn't need to be an automatic deop. It's interesting though, because I was talking to Steve from Builder, and he was kind of concerned that with those kind of patterns. Okay, I need to rerun one of the benchmarks just for Preact. Looks like when we switched screens, we lost it. So just give me 2 seconds for it to go. Benchmark 03. I only need it for Preact. Okay, sorry. Sorry, where I was getting to is that like his concern was that you start with server components, and then because of these like boundary rules, people will just start pulling more and more stuff into client components just so like they don't have to deal with these boundaries. Interesting. It's not just running benchmark 3, but it's fine. We'll stop this after benchmark 3, this is the second one. Which is an interesting thought and an interesting reflection. And I think that we'll have to see. I feel like that's just education. I feel like if you actually, learn the principles here and the rules, and don't get me wrong, there's going to be, when you have a resumable framework, there's definitely rules too, then this is just less of a concern. So I guess we'll just have to see how this plays out. But interestingly enough, Solid has started from not that uninteresting. We started from the partial hydration side, like islands, like most of these frameworks did. But then we went straight to server components rather than going through resumability. So I guess we'll have to kind of see how that all ends up ultimately for us. All right, so where are we? All right, let's run our results, npm run results. Now there's going to be a few other things from previous runs that are going to skew it, so I'm going to remove them from the results here because like I'm running like I expect the results for this run to be worse than my average set of results because of you can see like the ones I didn't run are all up here. Except for React hooks. So we're going to focus in on stuff we ran this time because I got to take this with a grain of salt, but like I don't know if me trying to stream while doing this just completely removes any value of this, and I'll have to do this later, but I'm just curious if we can at least see something from all of this stuff. Okay. Yeah. I think this is actually relative to the running conditions. I think this is actually exactly what we'd expect to see. Okay. So let's look at this. We obviously have the new library we wrote. We have Preact with signals, and then we have Preact. And then we have Vanilla.js as our baseline. Okay. So create rows is almost identical between the two non-VDOM libraries, the Vanilla and the Preact JSX. The one with signals is actually more expensive to create than the VDOM one. So you see, it's like these ones are 42, this one's 51, and then signals actually updates it to 58. And then when we replace rows, it looks like we are taking a bit of hit with our version. It's 47 versus the 41.8 from vanilla. But then compared to Preact, again, Preact Signals is the slowest for replace rows. Again, this is the extra memory of using reactivity. But it is still relatively close. But this is where the table starts turning around a little bit. Preact VDOM for that partial update, 210, where the Preact RX and the signals are almost identical. Basically, this is like, there's almost no rendering overhead here. This is like pure reactivity, update the individual cells. You see vanilla is a little bit faster, but this is a big win over the VDOM normally. So this is where Preact Signals actually is a real benefit over just using Preact plain, right? Is that you get those fine-grained updates at basically the same speed that you get in like something like something that would be more similar to solid. Select row, again, vanilla and our version are almost identical. Signals improve things, but not by much. Normal Preact takes the full brunt of the VDOM here. Swap rows, looks like they're all comparable. Honestly, I don't know why the signals version is a little bit heavier, but I don't know if that's a statistical thing, but relatively speaking, they all swap rows because they're list diffing. It's pretty similar. Vanilla is obviously faster. Remove row. This is where memory overhead comes to hit you. It looks like there isn't that much difference between Preact and Preact Signals, but obviously vanilla and our library are much faster. Similarly, creating many rows. Again, Preact Signals takes a hit here over Preact, but again, our approach is vanilla and speed. Pending, same story, and ultimately cleaning up, same story again. So all in all, this is pretty good run here. We'd have to go in and check it out, but my suspicion, looking at these numbers, is this is the closest one of my clones to solid. We didn't run it with solid. We have to check it again, but I actually imagine that this is probably 0.01 or 0.02 slower than solid. Because like when I run solid on my computer, it's like it's different than the official results. I usually get a 105 or even maybe a 106, but it would be close enough that I'd need to actually run it to actually know the difference. They might actually even be pretty close to tied. So I will say Preact signal implementation looks to be, other than missing on track, a fairly good core for building a reactive renderer. Whereas, but in terms of performance, startup time, hard to tell. I mean, Preact's apparently this. Code size, Preact, our renderer made with signals is smaller than the Preact and the Preact Signals one. The Preact Signals one makes it a little larger, 2 kilobytes more than Preact. And our version is 5 kilobytes smaller than Preact, so it's actually smaller than using Preact. And it looks like, while this numbers aren't as low as solids here from memory, it's actually pretty close. It looks like a lot of the cost is brunted by the combination. Like Preact's reactivity actually is decently. I think we get 3.1s or 3.0s on some of these for solid. Actually, I can put solid back just for this one. It's not going to be fair for the performance ones, but we can actually see what the memory usage looks like. Okay, no, okay, see? So 3.1, yeah. So the memory usage is almost as good as solid, actually, see? Solid over here. So pretty good. And it's actually the VDOM ones that are critical. And actually, VDOM plus signals looks like it's, I think it's the combination that's definitely makes things a bit more expensive. You have to think about this. Because there's a trade-off here. I think it's because I have nested computeds, because I wanted to get those fine-grained updates. If I got rid of the nested computeds, then we wouldn't get the fine-grained updates, because you have to pass a signal all the way to the VDOM when actually doing this stuff. right? Like, and because of that, if you want to get the fine grained updates, you actually have to put additional wrappers essentially, which ups our memory usage. But on the positive, we get, if we look at the signals implementation here, we get significantly. I gotta remove solid off here because again, this is not misleading because solid was from a different run. But you get significantly better update and select row performance with signals if so it's like it's this trade-off. You either like add more memory, affect your rendering speed, and basically get almost no benefit over using normal Preact other than ergonomics, or you optimize for the updates, but then you take a hit on memory and hit here. So it's like it's an interesting trade-off. I think this gets us the best results because the other one actually makes Preact Signals slower than Preact overall, where this one net positives just because of how good those fine-grained updates are versus Create. But it's kind of like you got to choose, if that makes sense. All right. So I think that's pretty much the thing. Most interesting thing for me out of this though is Preact's actual signal implementation is good. It's like that the actual memory usage and everything, it doesn't carry those properties. Used with our renderer and with our performance is actually quite good. It's the combination of using the patterns with the signals with the VDOM that's actually causing us the most pain to get these small gains in performance in these two markers. So yeah, it's interesting. Does Preact need on track? No, but it needs on track if it wants to build a renderer like Solid. But it doesn't need it for itself. For its own purposes, it probably doesn't need it on track, which is why they didn't add it. So yeah, I think that's I think that kind of summarizes this part of things pretty well. For this bench, no, we didn't actually need it for this bench because there's nothing like it's simple enough that I didn't do anything bad with it. There's no context. For this benchmark we did not need on track. So you're going to be fine using Preact RX JSX until you get into like weird states, and then you're like, why is my half of my app re-rendering? And it's like because some weird thing is getting subscribed to you didn't expect because you weren't as vigilant. I think context might be one place where it's actually problematic, but I think everything else this will actually work perfectly fine for simple stuff. So yeah, this is illuminating. I wasn't sure if the memory usage from Preact was actually going to be the like the signals was going to be the stopper. No, the signals implementation is pretty good, if I can say so myself. It's actually Preact's already pretty high in memory compared to some of the other virtual DOM libraries. Not React, but I mean I'm talking like some of the more performance oriented ones, right? Like if I grab like an Inferno or something in here, maybe I don't have it locally if I haven't run it recently. Do I have Inferno? I have React hooks. Where's React hooks? Ignore the results where they show up because they're from a different run, one in different condition, but let's do this. If I look at memory usage, Inferno is down here in Preact range or in our range with our new library. Whereas Preact proper is kind of more like React range on memory usage, but like it's interesting to me because it feels almost like you took this implementation and added it to this implementation to get those numbers. Like it's memory implications for a benchmark like this, which cares a lot about memory. In real world, you probably aren't going to be creating 10,000 items. Like you get it. It actually has like it has an interesting scaling cost consideration. Anyway, sorry, I'm just gonna. I think for context to break would require. It would require like a certain situation where you have deeply nested control flow that talking to each other, because what context does is it tries to resolve the children, and it does so recursively. And if those somehow all manage to get into the same thing, you could do a lot of inefficient re-renders. I'm not going to create the situation for it. I think like a very basic context thing where the children, immediate children, were DOM nodes would not have a problem. It's one of those edge cases I don't want to try and account for, on that. I think if we really wanted to be safe, we'd have to add an untrack mechanism, which basically snuck peek in, but then you'd have to import stuff from our library rather than from Preact Signals core, which is usually like not my pattern. But maybe if we just like treat it like a new framework, that would be fine. Anyways, this is just like playing. Like, I'll put up the code so people can inspect it. But I think it's cool at least that we were able to take a different reactive implementation and produce something pretty fast. All right, I think unless someone implemented untrack. Let me see here if I can grab that. Yeah, I'm gonna pull this right over. Ultimately, this is the way to go, I think. Yeah, so what are we doing here? Untracking. Oh, interesting. An account for nesting. Very, stay liquid, yeah. Very, very smart. Because nesting actually matters. In some cases, someone called it untracked and untrack. You could actually start tracking it unintentionally. So you're right, you have to keep a counter. And then replace essentially their signal prototype implementation of value with a peak versus a non-peak. Yeah, no, this looks good. We can incorporate something like this. Thank you for sharing this. I'm done with this topic probably for today, but I think that's cool. Have I seen which tweet? Something's not, I'm missing context. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The thing is, as I went over earlier, this was actually a super common case when I was doing like media grids. Like, everyone has a need for selection or multi-selection, and the fact that you can optimize it with a generic API, I think, is a benefit. It's kind of like you wouldn't, if you're using Redux and there's like a create selector API, you wouldn't do it. I think the problem is, but it feels like justified cheating. In short, the rows, there's only one selected to be smart. Moving the whole logic. Yeah, and then Dylan's mentioned on here. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I spent years trying to figure this out. And if you look at Solid, there's like source code from like 2018. I actually went through like 5 different iterations on this. I was happy with this one because it actually gets shipped as a primitive that you can use in any situation. Solid's to do MVC. I don't know if it's still. I check it. We use it for editing and stuff. Like, we actually use this mechanism in normal like idiomatic demos, not just in benchmarks. So I get his concern, but I feel like this is an important part of the reactive solution. He probably was like, oh, I don't want to implement it. But when you think about it, this sort of map utility makes a lot of sense. Anyway. Yeah, no. Andre Giamatti has done amazing work, especially on stuff like he invented the, as far as I know, like the lit approach, like the tag template literal lit approach, and he recently put out a blog post that I thought was funny, which was what did he do? Let me see if I can find it. I follow him on Medium, so I'm for sure he's gonna be in my like notifications or people I follow. I gotta remember how this works again on Medium. Web reflection. There he is. He wrote a whole article that he published just yesterday about making JSX more efficient, and it's funny because I read this whole thing, and he's like kind of recreating DOM expressions. But I was reading this whole thing, and I was like, man, this reminds me of an article I wrote 4 years ago. Like he's just discovering all the signal stuff and the reactive stuff. It's funny because I was trying to tell him about this a couple of years ago, and he didn't quite. I don't think he quite followed what I was saying, because he's like, yeah, we can add reactivity to lit. I'm like, yeah, but you're never going to get the same performance because you're not doing the fine grained rendering. He's now discovered fine grained rendering, I guess, after the recent, you know, like the recent thing. Because honestly, his library was actually an influence for Solid, because we were doing individual create element calls when we originally did it with the compiler, and I didn't know, and then I found out through I forget it was stage 0 or maybe it was like one of those libraries that was like kind of fast when the benchmark came out, and I found out like from the tag template cloning stuff was actually like faster, and I kind of reverse engineered what they were doing in Hyperdom and Lit, and then that's how Solid's stuff worked. But it's interesting to me because this article is like exactly like the type of thing I would have been writing back in my old Medium days. So it was kind of like a throwback. What if you ever said how I wrote the fastest JavaScript framework? How we wrote, how I wrote, how we wrote a framework again. Yeah, same kind of, yeah. February 9th, 2019. That's my birthday. Anyway, I call it the signal revolution. Yeah. Okay, so we're kind of done on this stuff for now. Let's get set up for this week in JavaScript and the other topic. Like I was tempted to pull it out of this week in JavaScript, but I've literally been in Poland like this whole week, so I have to admit I haven't been keeping track of stuff as much as I usually do. So let's see if we can get set up. Just give me a moment here. Let's close some extra windows. We've taken in the speed of fine grained rendering with Preact Signals, and we can acknowledge that Preact Signals seem to be a pretty fast, pretty memory efficient signal representation. Okay, let's do this. Let's just close some stuff down. All right. Close this down and get this set up in just a second. Probably close this down too. All right. All right. Sorry, just give me a second to get all set up. Because, yeah, like this is a week ago. Yeah, and I'm like pretty much straight Poland, right? I need. Actually, I'm gonna grab Discord. No, not there. I want to do one more thing before this week in JavaScript. I want to show off one quick thing, which is. Sorry, there's so many messages on Discord. I want to actually get to the one that I wanted to get to. I've got one more demo that I want to show that I thought was really quite cool. I've been having a hard time keeping up with stuff because I've been, as you can imagine, working in different like Polish hours and stuff. But Nikhil shared this with me, and does anyone recognize? Yeah, no, someone's asking a Hacker News demo. No. Does anyone recognize? Has anyone seen this demo before? I've seen this demo before. This is a pretty cool demo. And I remember the first time I tried it, and I tried it on stream, and some of you might remember this demo. But essentially, in this demo, you can kind of navigate around. You can, I don't know what's wrong with this. This one's empty. Maybe edit some notes, delete some notes. I'm going to clean this up again, although some of these look like they're around well. But like essentially, you can see a note on the side. You can expand the text in it. You can go in here. You can view it. You can edit it. You can do stuff like add funny characters on the end, and you click done, and then it shows up on the sidebar, and you can do it. And we've like, this is a pretty typical kind of notes app. But what's interesting for me is, I don't know, I haven't actually looked at this demo thing. This probably has more JavaScript in it than I would expect, but let's see what our network tab gives us here when on a page refresh. Yeah, okay, so this still has 20 kilobytes of JavaScript on this demo. So I'm interested in where this fits in, but the cool part about this demo, and I think it loads more here. Yeah, loaded a big chunk there, 15 kilobytes, is what this demo is actually doing. Because in a sense, so what, it's just a dumb notes demo and it's 20 kilobytes. It doesn't seem that much out of range. But when you consider the cost of stuff like the editor and whatnot, this demo actually is fully server component demo, which is actually kind of cool because it means that stuff like the data serialization of these comments and stuff, like, the double data problem, just doesn't exist. Like, you're not going to find this outside of the HTML here. There's no like solid.json or whatever with all the data for this. And what I always liked about this demo is that the editor is actually like basically the preview. Like you have the ability to have something that's like both client and server component in this demo. But let's actually look at what happens here. Let's see if I get in here into this link and then go into this display. Am I in the wrong one? I want to get into this one. Why is this not showing me the right stuff? Header, because this is server rendered. Title is super long. Server rendered. Oh, it's because I'm like highlight the one I'm on. Okay, let's go here. Open for preview. This is something very cool, right? Let's see. This is something. Can we make it cooler? Can we make it cooler still? And when I press done here, what I expect to happen is, you notice the whole page didn't actually end up unloading. It actually just ended up replacing the text here. This is actually showing off DOM level data diffing, and I believe it's using a library from Nate from Astro, actually using micromorph here as the mechanism of doing not only partially switched routing, which we talked about, but partially switched updates. So this code updated from a network request on this to the server. We actually didn't ship this component. Like this text component isn't actually shipped to the browser. What we have here actually is, if we look at the fetch XHR request, what you're going to actually see is we're going to post the node ID and the body here, and it's going to respond with the updated partial page that gets diffed. So like you see some HTML here and stuff. So like what's cool is this actually happens in a single post. So you actually go post and it responds with the next page. but we, like, as I said, we still have all the partial routing stuff we showed before. So this actually finishes the story. Technically, this basically does what server components does. I can't speak too much about size, to be fair. If I remember the original React demo for this, and you can see here, like there is a cost that we are. I think you'll. There is a cost that comes with this stuff, because we've got a few different islands here. We have like something for dark mode, and we have a context, and like there is some like bundle things. But what I want to draw your attention to is that these are the components that we need to be interactive on this page, right? And they're kind of all shipped here. Then there's basically entry client and web, which are basically the framework. Entry client, and so basically, like, there's all of Solid and all of this server component stuff is here. So basically, I think there's simpler demos. You wouldn't actually bring all this code, but basically, like 10 kilobytes of JavaScript, and is all you need to get started with our server component solution. Essentially, it looks like it's like 10.9 in this case. So basically, for 10 kilobytes of JavaScript, you have a full server component solution with routing and with mutation. I actually kind of almost want to like look at the source code, because I haven't yet, but because Nikhil told me he was actually using, sorry, not there, Solid Start. He was using Solid Start's, what is he? He was using Solid Start's, let's see, I actually don't know what branch we're on. This is my problem, probably. Is it notes? Yeah. Using Solid Start's actions to actually be able to do posts, right? So like, if we actually look at the source code here, he's got a few components. Yeah, we need to fix this up. I agree. But I don't know what this is. That's interesting. Oh, I mean, I'm like in the. I'm like in. I need to actually go into the example. And like I'm looking at. I'm like in the. I was looking at the wrong example. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's look at what the end user actually writes. Okay, here we go. Components. Here we go. This looks. I was looking at the docs. That's why I had a table of contents and all that stuff. I was looking at Solid Start's docs. Okay, so we have a sidebar, our edit component. What's our edit button? Yeah. Right, because we copied this example from Facebook. So proper copyrights. Good work, Nikhil. Anchor tag. Okay. What I want to know is, I want to see the edit button, note list, search field, sidebar note, text with markdown. This is interesting. What do we got here? Oh, interesting. I guess you're just kind of playing around with context. Use client. All right. What I was interested in seeing is this figures out from the location if it's active. We're using transitions here. Sidebar note. Right. So the server component has the sidebar note component whose children are here and expanded children here, which is kind of smart because these get server rendered and then they get injected through as stale server, and that's why we don't need to serialize any of this data, right? We get to skip the hydration of these pieces, even though they get passed into the client component here. This is cool, although this is not, and all this code runs on the server, but what I actually wanted to see was how all the, not this one, sorry. Was actually how all the, like we haven't finalized APIs, we're just playing with stuff right now. But I was kind of curious, like if I got this page, am I looking at the, I'm looking at this, I shouldn't be looking at the sidebar. I actually want to know, not the note list, search field, go to routes. You know, you're right. I need to look at the pages here. Notes, note, this is what I want. Yes. And I'm in edit, notes, note / edit. And I go into the note editor, which is a client component, which create a server action, same pattern that we've been using, is saving, save note. Then it's got some logic about this note ID. I guess this is for creation. So when you create, you gotta do you gotta hit basically. Oh yeah, are you using Cloudflare here? So it's a creation. You do this and redirect to the node. Otherwise, you edit the existing node. So like this is just using posts and like server actions like you're familiar with. Delete note, server action, and then in here, yeah, where preview, if not as draft, delete. Body, set body, current target. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to probably look in more detail here, but like essentially we use our same mutation mechanism to handle posts, and it just updates using the server component mechanism. So it's kind of funny. It's like an old school MPA, right? Like you go to a page, you press post, but then the page doesn't refresh, and you get the part of the route that updates, and then it preserves the islands and diffs the outside of the server component stuff. We wanted to, with this to, I mean, it's funny in this context, but we went with the $ APIs because we want to make it very clear that this gets statically hoisted, i.e. closures don't behave like you expect. You can reference global stuff, but this is at a global scope. We did take this convention to a certain degree from Quick as an indicator, but yeah, so we're still working on APIs for the server component stuff specifically, but it's mostly because it's if you add a convention like this, it's possible to make your own $ functions. That's what we were thinking. I see. Yeah. So this is not using the actual form version, like a progressive enhanced form, but essentially, like it's still using the action mechanism. And yeah, this is very cool. As I said, this is hot off the presses. I just wanted to kind of show kind of the work we've been doing. We've been making incredible progress in getting server components into solid start. And as I said, they're mostly functional. We need to figure out what patterns we want to do for APIs. And I think one of the hardest challenges, and probably what's going to delay things because I drag my feet, is I don't want to like get into the data fetching API zone, like talking about like async components and all the stuff that they've been talking about next, until I figure out resumability. Because I think with resumability, that changes the rules for how client fetching works. And I think so. In order to bridge the gap, I need to put more thought into that, because ultimately what you want is this, and then you don't want to hydrate when you get to the next partial. Like it's, I mean, at this point you're already getting like 90% of the benefits, right? Because like if you preserve these islands, then you don't need to hydrate them, they're already live. And then like a new navigation, you're only going to hydrate those little pieces, but you can see that wouldn't it be cool if you could also just not hydrate? So like it's the last stage optimization, although it's probably one of the harder ones to do. Whereas this already lets you shave a lot of code. I'd be interested, I guess, at some point to understand what the single page app version of it, because in Solid it's not uncommon to create single page apps that are like less than 20 kilobytes, like the Hacker News example. But my suspicion is that this demo in single page app mode would be significantly larger, maybe in the 30s, probably maybe 35 kilobytes. So this example maybe isn't as code reducing as like some of the Hacker News and stuff, because it's a little less static, but this example probably it has a lot of interaction points. So yeah. It's interesting. We'll see how this scales. That's why we're doing this. Anyway, yeah, I thought this was cool. I wanted to take a look at it. Looks like we have a bug somewhere. Okay, so now that we've shown off server components in Solid, basically solid server components all in about 10 kilobytes. So you're not going to take any kind of hit from like page load or whatever for this. Let's move on to This Week in JavaScript. Okay. Let's get everything all prepped out. Okay. Side note before we get into this, gotta thank Jay Larkey or Parasocial or whatever you want to go by today. Found the link to the article to what I was talking about in the last video with the interview between Sean and Sunil, and I love this whole interview. But he found the part where he's talking about like server components weren't about SEO or SSR or whatever. Facebook just really liked the user experience, or the React team rather really liked the user experience, and like and sort of the idea of that we could simplify the dev experience. I know people are kind of still wrapping their head around server components, but I think ultimately what you should be thinking is if you liked what Remix has been doing, it's more in that vein of things, except they're trying to do it in a way that doesn't make it feel like you're losing anything from a single page app. Whether that's achieved is a whole other thing, but I just wanted to kind of point out this article before we actually got started. Okay, cool. Let me just open up a couple more tabs. I honestly, I don't know if I have actually much solid news. I've been so out of it. This did get announced, but yeah, I'm just gonna, yeah. Okay, I've got a couple things. We'll just keep that there. And then we got one more thing here. Actually, no, we don't have anything here. I thought I bookmarked something. Okay, cool. So then we're pretty much ready to go. All right, so yeah, let's see if we can get this going. Let me just zoom in one more. Okay, yeah. Get there. All right. Okay, I know how I'm going to handle this. And let's get ourselves ready here. Okay, StreamYard. Checking Twitch. Everyone doing still good in Twitch? Sent you an intro for a sequence. It's like 12 seconds long. Okay, sorry, Fuzzy. I'm just catching up on stuff here. Oh, that's cool. I don't have audio playing through the mic, but let me see if I can like how to show this without showing this. Oh wow, that's cool. I'm like too clumsy to be able to pull that off probably right now, but that is definitely cool. Thank you, Fuzzy. I've actually been cutting out the videos, so maybe like when I actually like edit them in or something, we could do something like that. I'm just so bad at this stuff, but that's very cool. Yeah, there's like music and everything. You're not hearing it, but it's cool. All right. All right. All right. All right. Good. All right. Here we go. Let me take a swig of water. All right. All right. Yeah, I could upload it right into StreamYard and make it part of my show. Yeah, that's a cool idea. All right. Set myself up here. Let's talk about this week in JavaScript. There's been a few things going on for this week in JavaScript, but I have to admit I wasn't really near any of them. For me, I actually was traveling to a conference in Poland. So the only thing for me where this week started was right before I left, I saw the announcement from NordVPN that they launched a site powered by Astro and Solid, which is pretty cool. As we know, those two are blazingly fast friends, and that combination is pretty powerful way to build a variety of sites. So I was pretty stoked to see that. Definitely very cool. But as I said, I spent most of my time essentially in Poland, which means I missed a lot of the really cool stuff that was going on. In the case of Solid, we've just been seeing a lot of great work in libraries, stuff like ESLint plugin, which I didn't stop on it here, but this is pretty big. It's been in the works and it's been working for a while, but really want to highlight that it's really progressed over the last couple months. So it's now part of our official Solid community. So ensuring that it will be maintained into the future. It's very helpful because, as you said, it helps detecting when you might be breaking reactivity and whatnot. Other thing was some larger apps are getting ported over to Solid yet. I honestly don't know what this app is, but someone who ported a 155 page app into Solid seems like a considerable effort of lifting, and they still like us at the end, so I'm pretty happy about that. React Finland also finally posted up the individual shots for my talk that I gave last month. But honestly, I'm just the big news this week isn't my trip to Poland or I just see lots of shots from Poland. It's really the next thing. Actually, you know what? I can show this off. I think this is kind of cool. I did get an award in Poland, which was kind of cool. They actually had this like made out of glass. So honestly, it's awesome to be recognized for work in the community. So pretty cool. And but yeah, I mean, who am I kidding? A lot of Next Conf was this week happening at the same time, and although I'd already agreed to go to React Poland before this all came up, so I ended up not going to NextConf like I would have probably otherwise have, but it was definitely been a kind of interesting conversation, and I think that's probably what the focus of this week in JavaScript is going to be. The most of the big features in NextConf were announced during the keynote session, which I recommend everyone check out. Essentially, they framed it that they focused on three areas, right, of improvement. They focused on like the build tooling, they focused on the framework, and then they focused on like the component structure. Like I don't know what else to call it, but like stuff like handling images and fonts and stuff properly. And in all three areas, they announced some pretty incredible stuff, admittedly. Both on the build side, TurboPack, which is kind of seen as a potential successor to Webpack. They basically got Tobias from Webpack working for Cell a few months back, and you're probably going, oh, what's going on with that? Well, now we know. And it's boasted some pretty impressive performance numbers. There is a decent amount of chatter about that, actually, which honestly, it looks like I didn't actually clip for this. But let me see here if I can find it right off the bat. I think Evan Yu has been talking about it a bit, because one of the comparisons in this was to Vite, and the comments was like it's 7 times faster than Vite, and that, or sorry, 700 times faster than Webpack and 10 times faster than Vite. And the original response was just like, okay, well, if it's really fast, we should look into it. And Evan did look into it. So I don't know how. I think this is probably worth bringing up, because people see the headlines, they don't always see like the aftermath. So, yeah, interesting. Essentially, when you're compiling, the comparison they did at NextConf compared Next 13, Next 12, Vite, and Next 11. And one of the first observations on the comparison is that Next 13 actually uses server components. So essentially, it's not quite comparing the same things. Someone's saying they got a new version of the tweet here. Let's see if I can pull this one over. I updated Vite versus Next Turbo by using SFC to transform refresh for Vite to avoid confusion. I have deleted the previous 2 tweets with outdated numbers. Okay, here we go. I see. Basically, there's an optimized transform for React, which isn't present in the others, and yeah, the numbers are much more comparable in this scale, and this is probably a fair thing. Basically, individual nodes that are isolated, kind of test, you do see some more benefits from Next's approach. It's almost double, but for like a whole root kind of scenario, they're almost identical. Helps a lot in the root component because the file's big. Previous cost is 300 milliseconds in Babel transform alone. This makes Vite almost exactly the same speed than TurboPack. Interestingly, in the Leaf scenario, TurboPack is still 69% faster. This entails Vite HMR actually caught up with TurboPack as the file gets bigger, actually scaling better in larger apps. Hard to say for sure, but there we go. Okay, so maybe not 10x. But I mean, that's kind of beside the point. I think it's good to have, different competition in this area. Obviously, Vercels needs to Next uses Webpack, and they need to move from Webpack. And I think this might be like a reasonable path if they keep, TurboPack similar to Webpack. Then it's like a more natural flow than going to something like Vite, which is a whole other ecosystem of bundling. I'm a big fan of Vite, but I can see why they invested in this. So anyways, I'm glad for this clarity. This helps a little bit and kind of making sense of some of this stuff. Right. To be fair, with any of these benchmarks, you're supposed to picture things scaling up an incredibly large amount. And this is for the developers. This doesn't affect end users at all, right? So TurboPack's also new. I think like it's very low in versions. There's still questions around plugin system. There's like how that's going to work. Like Vite's strength is the plugin system. Like I did a whole talk about how awesome that is. I'm sure this will all come in time. This is just kind of get your mouth wet, and I think they succeeded at this. But this isn't really what I like. It's not where I live, right? You can tell I'm not a build tools kind of person. So I was much more interested in the React side of things because we talked about this a bit last week. It's hard to gauge because so few people have used it, like how much people are getting into server components and how much like that fits in their patterns and in their thinking. And that definitely, is something that I'm very interested in. Quick question to answer. Solid uses Vite. Yes, almost all our stuff is Vite. I mean, we have a Webpack, set up and a few other ones, but pretty much our starter templates are in Vite. Solid Start is in Vite. We're pretty much full Vite. And yes, if they want to use TurboPack under the hood, they could. So yeah, I mean, Vite is like a meta bundler. I don't know what else to call it. It might be interesting to see how these technologies align in terms of boundaries. This is a good question because obviously the question is like, how does TurboPack play into Turbo Repo? And this actually came up during the Q&A session. And like today, like the story is like still not like fully fleshed out, but you can tell there's thinking going into that because it kind of changes the flow. And I'm wondering with these build tools, there's a theory a few years ago, I forget who said it, that like they're all kind of like, I think it's probably Sean Swix, that like they're all kind of bundling together, to try and like Voltron up to the ultimate platform. And that was like the goal of like Rome. I don't know if anyone remembers Rome. But like, I think it's interesting that I've always had issue with these kind of approaches because they always like too specific. They're like, I build stuff the way React works. And this is a huge blocker because then someone else has to build something else when like it doesn't work for them. And I've had a terrible time with tools. But Vite started from a framework agnostic mentality right from the beginning. They weren't like, okay, we're going to build for React and figure everything else. Like that pattern has never worked well for Solid. Someone builds something for React, usually it never gets Solid compatibility. Or certain other frameworks. But Evan did not start like he might have started Vue-ish, but like very quickly went framework agnostic, and Vite shows for that. So for me, I think that's, if you want to look at the success of the meta bundler, that's where I would think about on that side, because a meta bundler can always consume any other bundler, if it makes sense. I mean, do they compete? Maybe. I mean, it depends. Like, they only compete if TurboPack actually offers a plugin system, easy integrated SSR for any framework. Like, yeah, we'll see. I'm interested, if TurboPack becomes that meta bundler, as I'm calling it. Is there a DOM emulator I'd recommend for SSR? Sorry, just a random question came in and it caught my attention. Depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for compatibility, you still probably want to use one of the bigger, slower ones. There's stuff like LinkDOM, which has better performance. But generally speaking, if you're doing SSR, just DOM emulation is not where you want to be at all. Yeah, so that's the thing. If TurboPack brings in too many other things, then like it affects stuff. Like there's so many different aspects of performance here. There's like install performance, build performance, dev performance, and then like end user performance, which is the only one of the four that I actually care that much about. Which is why this subject I'm kind of like, I know it's so funny. Like, if the end user is going to suffer a couple hundred milliseconds, I'd like go to war for them. But if the developer has to, I'm just like, oh, I could care less. Go away. Yeah. So there's also let's see here. Yeah, YouTube likes to pull stuff out. I think Twitch doesn't, but Interesting. So someone's trying incremental stuff with Vite. Yeah, I mean, this is the best part about innovation, right? You start kind of like on one path, and then someone else is like, "Hey, we can take a bit of that," you know. Let's see how we can play that in. As I said, Vite already has such a great like DX story that like looking into this stuff's kind of interesting. And as I said, any product takes time to stabilize. You know, so yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't really. I'm sorry. I this kind of stuff doesn't impact me as much, so I don't care as much. But I think this is good news for those who care. All right, so let's see here. Continue the conversation though. Because it was, as I said, it wasn't this stuff that I actually was interested in. I think it's cool that we're seeing innovation on the build tool side. I think it's actually also really cool that we're seeing innovation on the like fonts and images side. Like Vercel's been working a lot with the Chrome team on that. But I want to talk about something else because essentially there's been conversations, and it all kind of comes down to this. Let me see if I can find it. I've been just chaining conversations here. I want to get back to what I talked about last week. I told everyone that I was trying to gauge React server components because, as you saw a few minutes ago, we basically fully implemented React server components in Solid, so Solid server components, and I'm like, I'm not sure about the APIs. I saw some of the RFCs, and I was saying last week, I was like, okay, this RFC just dropped. So I was like, some people probably knew about the content of it, but from like a general public standpoint, this is just starting to kind of come together. And I'm like, I know NextConf is next week, so like, and I know they probably want to release something around server components. So like it can't be this, right? Like that's too quick. Like you drop an RFC and then you release the thing in a week later. Like that can't, like that. Like I was like, I was kind of curious. Like, is that going to be the announcement? And then I was like, I didn't know the answer. I'm like, how closely are the other frameworks working with React? Like if basically you can, like obviously Next has been implementing this before the RFC ever got posted. So like, was everybody implementing this before the RFC got posted, right? I wasn't sure. So I was like, I really want to watch NextConf to get a gauge. And then I was like, but we also should look at other server component frameworks, things like Hydrogen, maybe Gatsby, to get a gauge on them, because we haven't seen them talking about these kind of APIs. I've had Hydrogen on stream. And then finally I'm like, okay, like I haven't heard anything from Remix for a while. I said, but except for, strangely enough, whenever I talk about Preact, the Remix guys are like promoting it. So like, is there something going on there? And I took all of those thinkings from last week and took them into this week. And kind of wanted to, like, I wasn't sure what this meant. And this is generally of concern to me, because both as a framework author that cares about these features and this technology, but also kind of like trying to get a gauge of the overall health of the ecosystem, the temperature, I like to call it. I have a thermometer out pretty consistently because I want to understand. It's very vitally important for me to understand where things are at. So when I found out what the announcement was for NextConf, I'm like, okay, so they did go with it. That's thing one. And funny enough, Theo was watching live, I guess, and he was posting stuff up on this very great thread here. Anyone who wasn't there in real time, I had just come back for the evening from Poland. Like, this was from the day at the conference. This was a super informative thread. seriously just covers the whole keynote essentially piece by piece before, with commentary. And for me, this was like the perfect kind of scenario. But this Andrew Clark got asked this question, and it was, essentially like, there's a lot of cool stuff coming here. What does this mean for the ecosystem? And he responded that like Next 13 is the real React 18 release. And to be fair, I actually said that in my last stream, that React 8, like if you watch it, I was basically saying like React 18 was like basically released with no ceremony. There was no excitement. This RFC was like the first thing that got people excited. They've been waiting for this data fetching. And then like literally like basically a week later, this comes out. So like it's hard not to say that this is the case. Of course, some people took a little bit, I don't know how to call it offense, but it started drumming up this concern. And it was a similar concern I was airing last week. But I mean, any one factor isn't enough. I think the problem is, if you want to look at this thing and understand the situation, you have to look at it systematically. I think the challenge here is that everyone's looking at individual parties and not painting out a whole spectrum. So let's paint out a whole spectrum. Let's Excalidraw this crap, okay? From my perspective, okay? Let's. For me, there's like a few zones here, okay? And let's just zone these out, all right? All right. Okay. So I'm gonna let's start here. What's over here? We have like the library, React. We have the framework. Next. Come on, drag. Okay. What else? What, like, there's a few different parties here. Let's keep on going. What else do we have? We have deployment. Say Vercel as an example. And then I'm gonna even add one more thing here. We have the browser. Okay. Okay. Like, let's say Chrome maybe. I don't know, but like these brackets probably aren't that important. I just let's see. People asking for dark theme. I suppose I can make a dark theme. I'm just so not used to. I guess this is why other people do this. I'm just not like used to thinking in dark theme. Okay, that's fine. I can adjust. Yeah, that's how Theo improved on my Excalidraws thing. He took my terrible white theme and made them black. And the problem is, it's not even a problem. I don't even know if it's a problem. But this is like where I'm thinking about is, every one of these has their own goal, right? Like let's follow this here. Like what's my goal if I'm here? Demonstrate capability of my framework, or I'm going to say library. It's easier to describe it in this way, even though okay. And right. And what's my goal here? I mean, it's a lot of things, but like obviously give like best experience for my user. We can probably go into what that means later. Is there more? What else is there? Deployment. Get people to deploy on my platform. And in this case, what the value for the browser is, I'm going to argue the value for the browser here is make a dent in web vitals or something. Essentially, it's a statistic thing. Like the goal here of the browser is they want to generally improve the quality of the web in the, like, improve the quality, like the quality of the web measured by some kind of stats, okay? Like, maybe I should break it a little bit different points, but like all of these pieces go into like the next 13 release, right? Because we talked, they talked about the three pieces themselves, right? The part they didn't talk about was Vercel, the deployment, but I mean, it doesn't take much to, like, know what their interests are, right? So I'm just paraphrasing essentially this kind of breakup of these different parts that are kind of going into making Next 13, right? So I like there are multiple points. Some this is being mentioned, the controversy about value neutral rendering. There are multiple points of contention or concern by people here, and that's why I wanted to like just dig into this a bit, because obviously this statement was spicy as hell and people got into it. But like, if you look at the discussion around this, it won't be long before you find like different parties in each zone, right? Because obviously there's a React zone. This is Matt Kane from Netlify. So now we're talking about the deployment zone. React is getting intrinsically linked to Next. You have to wonder why any other framework would feel safe tying themselves to it. A Vercel employee put out a React beta release yesterday to enable features for Next in time for NextConf. Could any other framework do this? If I dig down in the comments, you see the answer is no. You'll see people from Gatsby and from Remix and like actually respond to this. This is Remix. Vercel, trying to lay claim as a singular React framework and getting the React team themselves to put their weight behind their claim just irreversibly fucked React, in my opinion. Expect to see dedicate time to projects like Preact. Okay, Preact again. I don't know. He doesn't speak for, he's not like, he's just an engineer on the team. He doesn't speak for like Ryan or Michael, but I think this is an interesting perspective to see. Again, Preact is what I was talking about. And the reason, like, this chain kind of goes on a bit, Matthew Phillips from Astro. Right. And talking about, he's like, oh, if they are tied together, or getting closer, then this gives opportunities for other libraries, not to be so tied together, right? Right, and people talking about like the fact that like the beta docs literally point you towards Next and don't point you towards other things. There's a reason I'm building up this case, because I actually don't like, I'm not like fully behind that React team is doing anything terribly intentionally wrong here. This did lead to like discussions. I guess I got to follow my Matthew Phillips discussion down a bit, because Jeff from Vercel kind of came in and React's not tied to Next and blah blah blah, and then this kind of just continues down this chain where we even, it's a poorly phrased soundbite and all this. But is it like, it's not that it's tied. Here's the thing. Put yourself in these guys' shoes. They have been, like, what are the facts here? This is 5 years coming. Like this, from that first demo or whatever in 2017 or whatever, when this first came up, to the data fetching now, This is like completing the story. React 18 completed the story, like the basis, but we haven't seen it delivered. This is literally 5 years coming. I don't think the React team, it's not even about favoritism. They would literally, anyone who wants to work with them on this, they would love it if they would like help them realize their vision. Right? So, like, I think Dan actually has some tweets in here. He's like, I'm excited about this release because it's most comprehensive, generalized attempt to implement React architecture, blah, 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 streaming. It has all the pieces that they want. They'll give them feedback. This is all just data fetching. They have all the answers. Well, Facebook self-react now. So, he talked about how they worked through different versions with Hydrogen and with Gatsby. Interestingly enough, those took a different road than where React saw it going. So next is, in a sense, because Next wanted to get as close to React's vision compared to others. Like Remix pretty much straight up said, we're not into server components. That explains a lot why things are there. I talked to Dan Abramoff a bunch actually while I was in Poland. It was funny. We'd switch time zones. Usually he's in the UK and I'm here, but he was actually here at NextConf and I was in Poland. So it was kind of like a reverse time zone thing where it was me being super tired late at night instead of him. And yeah, I mean, I don't. This is not Next directing or Vercel directing React's direction. This is what they've wanted to showcase for years. Right? So I think that is this side of the equation here. Seb now working at Next definitely incentivizes it a bit. It's okay, well, let's make this happen. But my understanding is Next, for the most part, this is a breaking change. They put themselves, not breaking, it's incremental, but this is a big change. They put themselves at risk a bit because they're look, here's a new API. We're changing everything. You don't have to be breaking to scare people off on a migration story. So they're taking a bet on the vision that React is doing, and they've chosen to take that bet. So from that perspective, that's super great. And you can kind of see that the way these two kind of link together. But it is, as someone, if you're not in the loop, Next implemented things that were before RFCs were available. They were definitely ahead of the game. And this is always hard to kind of put out there because obviously we're not all working on frameworks that run on React. So if you're Remix or Hydrogen or Next, you're probably going to have some kind of better tie-in than V plugin SSR or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe AJ, tell me, have you how's Redwood getting in here? Right. So, but that's the thing is the thing is, from the public standpoint perspective, they did not have access, even though this wasn't working group discussions. So for them, think about it. You release an RFC and then you release the full implementation, not even the full implementation, but a partial implementation, a week later. No one else, had any chance to process or recover. And the biggest thing is that our RFC was missing the cache API and stuff, which kind of gets us to the next thing, because I've talked about this relationship. Well, now here's the next problem. In order to give this user experience to my end users, and I don't have the full story here, I need to work with my infrastructure deployment, Vercel here in this case, in order to reach that goal, right? So Yeah, I mean, if I don't have the React Cache API, which hasn't even been RFC'd, I'm gonna have to like come up with something. And if I'm gonna, have async functions which might lend to more waterfalls, I'm gonna maybe rely more on caching and global fetch patching and stuff. Like essentially, there are pieces here that we need to complete the story. So now it's not, you have React library with its goal, the next that's invested in this goal, and then the deployment infrastructure that has to support this goal, right? So that's fine, right? You have a bunch of engineers working on this, and you're going to build up this infrastructure to do this. Like if you look at it, actually, I love this, AJ. Thanks for putting this. I think there's two levels. Next did have preferential treatment. That's true. Another frameworks could have been more involved, but weren't. Both these things can be true at the same time, so it's nuanced. Yeah, right. It takes two to tango. Exactly. And that's this boundary we're talking about. And this boundary, well, it's obvious. Next is developed at Vercel. So if Next is working closely with React team because they know the features that are coming, and then they need the infrastructure to support it, well, then obviously they will work with their parent company or like their parent thing to actually build the specific features into the infrastructure they need to support this, right? So, I mean, this is just a logical one. We've seen this for years. This is the big thing, right? Vercel Next is a vehicle for adoption for Vercel, right? Get people to deploy on my platform. Like this kind of goes both ways. Like in a sense, largely this arrow's this way. Like it's actually React that needs Next, but this arrow kind of goes this way as well, right? So like, but I mean, there's also a little arrow this way too, but this is a very tight kind of scenario. And the only reason I wanted to bring the browser thing is it's not even with Vercel. I just want to talk about the browser thing. Is these guys have basically huge metrics and they're seeing stuff. I want to talk about the browser for a minute because they're seeing numbers increase year over year over year and year, and like, how can I make the biggest impact? How can I actually change things? And the sad answer to it is, it's not about the quantity of impact, like any given technology. It's I'm not phrasing this right. It's not about the quality of impact, right? Like how well you do it on any particular technology. It's about the quantity. Like if there's 1,000 sites, if I can improve 10% across 1,000 sites, that's better than improving 80% on 50 sites. So I don't know if I want to talk a bit about this because I this is all part of the story here from my perspective. Because, like, for example, has anyone ever seen patterns.dev? It's a book and it's about general web patterns and all this stuff, and it kind of positions itself about like learn about the web and learn about programming, learn what kind of patterns you can have, right? So let's get started, right? Oh, great. Design patterns, rendering patterns, performance patterns. This is really great. Design patterns, singleton proxy, blah, 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 provider, prototype, container presentation, observer. These are great patterns, right? All right. Flyweight. I mean, this is like Gang of Four all over again. Hooks pattern. Okay. I mean, that's a React thing, but okay. Rendering patterns. Overview of React. Overview of Next.js. Server-side static rendering. Incremental static rendering. The rendering patterns part of this is basically just Next.js docs. And that's fine because that has the biggest impact. But I want to, like, Island's architecture is here. But essentially, almost everything else in here is explained through using React. And I know this is a challenge because I was working on some of my articles about patterns, and I actually talked to Addie a bit about this and kind of doing this, but like this is how you get the biggest impact. You pick the tool that everyone's using, and then you like focus that in terms of like fundamental web training, because then you can hit the most pieces. And another thing, I don't know if anyone's ever heard of this, is Google has a funding project called the Aurora project. Google Aurora operations. No, this is not it. Not operational Aurora. It's a collaboration between Chrome and the open source web frameworks and tools, right? I was actually really, really excited about this. But at a certain point, if you look at this, essentially, at first I saw this and I was like, okay, sweet. I know lots of projects that are improving the quality of the web by using great technology. Marco. Their partial hydration island things were years ahead of the others. Astro, same kind of thing. How about all the builder stuff? Quick, Party Town. God, everyone could use Party Town. But what the challenge is, I actually know from these people and their projects, and I was like, "Did you hear about Aurora? Like, we should all go in and like make submissions and see what we can do and do that, because we're doing great work." A lot of the feedback, and I think it's changed a bit this year, but last year was that they were focusing on projects that had more impact, like as in more people using them rather than the quality improvement of it. And I know because these projects that I kind of nodded towards basically ended up maybe getting a little bit or not really getting the same kind of support as Next or Nuxt or Angular, just because of how big those impact are, even if the technology improvements that are coming out of these other projects are way more incentivizing or interesting. So it's kind of hard because basically I get it. If you want to make a dent on those numbers and those statistics, focus on the big players. But it's I just want to paint the scene here, right? People are saying burn, but like, it's I don't think this is subjective, is the best way I can put this. Right? Like, there's a chicken and egg situation, right? Like, by this, I mean, there might be developer experience considerations. There might be like, popularity, teaching, training, all these other implications, things that are very important and in the reality are more impactful. But no one's going to tell me that building a Next.js site is the most optimal way to build a site. This is factual. It's not like hypothetical. It's like this is like just the technologies involved. So it's fine, and we need more general tools. And I can't put this completely, like, I get the motivation, but I just want to point to you like that. Like, maybe this arrow goes a little bit like this, so maybe I put them in the wrong order, but I just, there's a lot of different people with different motivations and goals and projects all working around this with different investment and different considerations. So when I look at this problem, I don't, and I can't say problem's not quite the right word. When I look at the situation, I'm trying to determine if there is a problem, is the better way to put it. This is the mindset I'm coming at, because I'm looking at obviously very heartfelt tweets from Dan about like achieving a goal that's been in mind for years and working and just finally getting there. I'm seeing, people like Matthew Phillips are kind of like, let's face it, he's not a big fan of single page apps. He doesn't really care what React or Next are doing. He just like, look, if they're gonna like all this kind of get in together, then maybe this is good for everyone because, maybe the remix of the world are just like, well, maybe we're going to take things a different direction. Right. And, and I don't say this for like, there's probably a good point that I should point out. I work at Netlify. I work on Solid.js. If you look at this drawing here, I'm competing here. I'm competing here. Maybe I'm competing here. I don't know. This part is actually, I wouldn't say I am competing here, right? Because like most Netlify employees, I imagine, don't rave about how good features are on the Vercel platform, or maybe have potentially reposted job postings, for positions when I think that they're offering some really cool roles and stuff. So I'm not saying any of this out of any kind of like competitive bias, at least not to the best of my knowledge. But I am concerned. Right? I talked a bit about Matt Kane here, and I talked about this. Let's look at this thread from Devin. Someone needs to build a legit non-VC backed alternative to Next.js. It should be community driven and funded by companies that use it and contribute to it. It should be also more flexible, and also you aren't locked into the underlying tools that power us, i.e. the hosting providers. This is pretty close to on the head of where my thinking concerns come in, because look at this. If I want to use, I am a user now. I'm not any of these parties. I'm just a person. If I want to use any of the latest React stuff, because I am a React dev and I care about React and I care about their vision. I got excited when hooks came out, and this is what I want to use. Well, apparently the way I do that is use Next. Okay, that's that in itself right now, might change, and the frameworks themselves might have done it. I'm sure React would have wanted more frameworks to adopt what they've been working on. But in order to use Next, I need to use the infrastructure on Vercel to actually leverage it, because like this server compose stuff doesn't really work properly without the caching level. It's like the missing part of the API, and it's fine. Vercel invested a lot into it, so I need to deploy on Vercel in order to use the latest React. And similarly, if I want to leverage the best pieces of the web platform, and have that like backing from Google in that sense, I probably also want to use Next. So I probably should deploy to Vercel. I don't know if that's, every party has their reason, and this is just win-win-win for all of them. But there's this alignment here that is almost surmountable by someone else. It's not cahoots. They're like, it's not, every piece of this puzzle is independent, but the net result doesn't feel much different to me than the concerns people had with Internet Explorer being shipped with Windows. Like, all these teams are working together towards a common goal. It's all helping them reach that goal. But does it help the common open web ultimately? Is Cloudflare and Netlify and whoever else going to go build their own React framework to showcase the newest React features? No, they're going to try and port Next, and they can't port Next until they play catch up on some stuff that obviously Vercel implemented because Vercel knew what was coming because they were talking to the React team through Next, and they needed it to accomplish the goals. Nothing insidious here, just the overall result. And I mean, let me see here. Zach wrote something a while ago. He was looking and he's like, how much money is actually going into frameworks, in order to, get them going. And obviously, like for something like Lit or Marco, you're not going to know this, but like when you get into the VC range, you start seeing, how much money is potentially behind this stuff. Obviously, like Solid, I'm working under Netlify, so there's some potential, so it's felt. But there's I would say there's a difference between Next.js's relationship to Vercel than, say, React's relationship to Meta, is the best way I can put it. Like, Meta uses React. It's nice that it helped train devs, but like, essentially, that's why they open sourced it. But they're using it anyways. Like, this is something they use for their purposes. Whereas Next is part of Vercel's funnel, essentially, how they get sales. So even, and the only reason I wanted to show this chart with the money is because it made me think about, like, the Google side of it too. Like, the bigger investment begets bigger investment. It's like banking, right? Like, it's like all the pieces are aligning, and it should be a perfect and wonderful thing. But is this? I have to ask: is this the open? Like, is this the open thing that we hope for? Like, it's hard because we can't look at this objectively anymore, right? Every, like, I don't know if Remix is in here. Like, all the meta frameworks are businesses. Like, they're incentivized for you to adopt them financially. It's not like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like in case of Svelte and Solid, it's not so much the case, even though they are funded that way to a certain degree. But it's not like the direct pipeline. And you start putting these pieces together and you go, no one did anything wrong. But what is the net output result of this? Just catching up a bit on chat here because I've been talking. And this is how Ryan got fired. Yeah, I know this is a little risque, but I want to. What people value from me is that I generally speak my mind in a relatively fair way. I'm not too business oriented. I'm technology oriented, and I'm a bit of bleeding heart for the open source and the open web, and that all solutions have a chance. You can determine for yourself whether how problematic this is, whether this is actually anything. Maybe it'll shift your perceptive of what choices you make for certain options here. And you know what? I think that's fine. I think you're gonna figure out what you're gonna do. So, like, I just think that what you're going to see here is, it's funny because of different parties having, kind of aligning and different kind of financial incentives, especially for Vercel in this whole picture, that this sort of reaction is not surprising and shouldn't be. And as I said, maybe this isn't really a problem. This is just like different parties reshuffling and figuring out where they go. But I'm coming from a frame, like mostly from a library author's perspective. I think this is the last thing that anyone working on the core React wanted. So I'm not putting this on that side. People keep on talking about Reacts and cahoots and all this. No, it's not about that. But I think these guys are probably the most sensitive to it because they're the furthest removed, and they're just like, we're just trying to build the best thing. That's something I feel, you know. I think we just have an interesting scenario where, like, I mean, we're gonna have to see what this kind of alignment means for the web. But maybe other competitors are gonna try and come out other than Next, just to, you know, like the React team would love that. I mean, Dan told me as much. He's like, oh yeah, another meta framework other than Next that wanted to do our vision. I give them, you know, any support I could. You know, like there's only so much they can do. You know, like ultimately React just wants to see React, you know, what is it? Demonstrate the capability of my library. Like they just want to see React go out there and do good things. But I feel like if you break apart any one of these like places here, you're in a very different place. It's really just the combination of things. Yeah, they worked with hydrogen RSCs, and I said I'm paying close attention to hydrogen because I haven't heard much recently, and they definitely aren't launching this new use API stuff right now. If you want to use the latest React, you aren't using it on Shopify, and you're not using hydrogen. And there's money supporting existing code bases for years, for sure. But it's always about mindshare in the future. Like, I don't know. Some people tell me Gatsby's dead. I don't know if that's true or not. But if Gatsby were dead, what's the likelihood that 5 years down the line, every Gatsby customer is the next customer? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out here that intention isn't always enough to assess a situation. And I think we need to be conscious of the impact of these sort of things on the future of the web. I don't know. It's possible that like it's as simple as the fact that like Hydrogen and Gatsby just tried to build off the server component demo, the stuff, and they worked with the React team, and then like the thing keeps on evolving and changing, and they don't have the same kind of investment and money to be able to pull it off. Like maybe it really does take a Next in order to deliver this at this point, and that kind of financial thing. But like none of this changes the fact that like Next is funded to do so. Like, I'm just like, you know, funded for selling. I mean, even indirectly stuff or like Aurora. So, it's to me this is a tricky situation because I can identify and empathize with every individual party here. But that doesn't leave me any less concerned. Yeah, I honestly don't know what to do with this. You know, people are just joking in the chat, and that's fine, talking about the takeover and stuff. But I don't know. You ever hear stuff about like too big to fail and all that kind of stuff? I don't know. There's something about this that doesn't quite sit right. The fact that React is changing. Sorry, there's more comments in chat. People talking about how React's changing from a library to a framework, and like that change has been on the wall like for 5 years. And I guess it might not be obvious, but from the second that they started on this path, this was the inevitable conclusion. It's I like do you, I think this is part of the tricky situation, like because if who's going to build the framework? If Meta built the framework, like look at it, Svelte kit, you know, Vue Nuxt or whatever. Maybe Vue Nuxt isn't the best example, but Svelte kit and Solid Start is a good example where the Meta framework is basically the framework authors doing it and an extension of that. And like in that sense, if you view React Next like that, like there isn't any. I actually don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Some people do, but like that alone isn't a thing. And if that was being built at Meta, they wouldn't, because Meta probably wouldn't use Next. They have their own infrastructure. That's kind of like the problem. Like they have their own setup, their own needs. But like if that was happening, you wouldn't have this weird feel too much. It's because it's like startups that are funding it, and then they use it for adoption essentially, and then and they're the ones who need the funding, and then Aurora project, and like it's just a combination of things. Yeah, quick city. Yeah, that's another one. Thank you, AJ. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, slipped my mind. No, it's Next is standing on React shoulders. The first one definitely. This is what React team wanted. I said this already. Like this is what they wanted. Seb working there probably was the last push to get this kind of expedited. Like people have been waiting for this for so long, to a certain point that I think React core, like the core incentives, are actually concerned that they're losing ground without being able to actually demonstrate this. Other frameworks are coming up and going, look, it's so easy. Look, our data fetching, just, whatever, create a resource, whatever, just works. And then they're like, okay, we need to actually get some skin back in the game. This is not. I honestly don't think people should necessarily worry about that. It's actually the problem is this part, which is on its own fine, but ultimately the problem. And that's why Devin's comment is the most on the nail. It's my strong belief that VC-backed OSS creates perverse incentives that are fundamentally at odds with open source ethos. It promotes competition over collaboration, locked in over flexibility, marketing over innovation, and eventually monetization. Look at the landscape right now. Almost all major React frameworks are VC-backed. At the same time, React itself is being designed to require a framework for more features. I think it's really important for the future that these are not owned by a startup. If I were to build a new React app today for anything important, I would not do it on Next or any other VC-backed frameworks. It is too risky to make a bet. In 5 years, which ones will still exist? Which will start gating features based on their hosting? I mean, there's a counter argument. Rack is here. Who would invest absolutely insane amount of money to make a product as polished as Next? Say nothing of the fact that Next is already open source, has a ton of outside contributions, probably more than React. But, is VC funding really that scary? It is, when the alignments here produce like competitive edges, essentially, because like access to the latest React features leads to access big infrastructure leads, like the way the whole thing ties together. It's not about any individual piece. It's the fact that all of the information, all the pieces tie together in a way that basically point to a single direction. No one's asking Next to roll out away from Vercel. But like that's because like it's their thing, it's their funnel. But that's kind of that's where the actual problem sits more than anything. I mean, that's what I was asking about Redwood. Like, seriously, any other React framework that, like, but you can see, like, this is already the conversation. We're, like, looking for frameworks that would adopt React's philosophy and not tie you to a single deployment partner or something, right? Like, there are real business impacts of these kind of decisions when you tie the whole thing together. I don't know. This is why I've been retweeting this stuff, and I'm going to continue as the stuff progresses. Go to the same thread and chain it all together. Because to me, there's a narrative being stitched together like a tapestry across the whole industry when considering how all these things are working. And you might just be like, oh, the stars have aligned for Vercel. They're the golden child. But I don't know. I'll leave the rest of this up to you. Yeah. Remix has VC money. Yep. Yeah, I mean, people are going to have specific issues with stuff, but like everybody does stuff that fits it. Like, so patching fetch, people have done way worse. I know that's a contention part and people will talk about that. But like, this isn't new. I mean, maybe like, but like it is part of the solution. So I guess it's fair if you're coming up with a different solution. At least React didn't tell anyone to patch fetch. That would be more awkward. But then if React did, then like, yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it's just you take the biggest players and you tie them all together. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what anyone expects any other kind of outcome. The thing is, like, if you read through the rest of Devin's stuff, like it's Rackus. Here's another one. V8 React. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a simple. OSS has a funding problem fundamentally, and I don't think it's as simple as just saying, yeah, we'll just have a bunch of companies work towards it. Something has to drive the initiative. And here's the problem: a project might start like Svelte or Solid, and with Solid Start and Solid Kit. If it ever became successful enough, I wonder which companies wouldn't try and do it like a funnel. People have been approaching me about doing that for ages. They're like, yeah, I have a CMS. Let's build the funnel. Like that's how business works. It's just not very OSS ethos, as Devin put it. So like, it's funny, but large companies that actually use it for what they need to use it for actually don't. Like I said, if Meta made the Meta framework, they wouldn't. But if they did, then we wouldn't have this problem. So, yeah, I don't know. This is tricky, and obviously we're just circling around it now because it's 5 o'clock, and we're getting late in our day. But I just wanted to, put that out there. I don't know if anyone has any more comments. We're probably gonna wrap up here soon. Yeah, no. I moved to Rackus instead. Huh, there you go. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because we're at a point now because of that almost any kind of decision or conversation here is going to have some kind of blowback. So yeah, I mean, I a week ago I said that there was a few different trends I'd look at. This is only really stage one. If other React meta frameworks do kind of pull away more dramatically and stuff, like I think it has interesting implications on React as well. I think, yeah, I don't know. People who continue to build React the way they have for years, but I think it's interesting. All right. Well, I think I'm about ready to call it a day. I said I was tired to begin with, and sure enough, I streamed plenty long enough. This really was this week in JavaScript, the whole next thing and that, and it would be a lot nicer, obviously, to focus on the technology. But we actually focused on a lot of that from the RFC. The only piece that we didn't focus on is the new fetch caching stuff, and that's a bit controversial. And we can talk about that at a later stream when I've had more time to process it. But maybe it'll be a month from now. But I think it was important today to talk about the kind of feeling in the parties and the in the ecosystem and where they kind of find themselves right now. All right, dinner is ready. So with that, I will go. Have a good one, everyone. Honestly, it's going to be, I don't know. It's probably going to be 4 weeks till I get to do another Friday stream. So yeah, hopefully at least got some time to catch up on my backlog, right? All right.